So it is both the strongest teams going to be taking on each other. We have Vaishali Jasrani on my left, the captain of Oman. We have Shankar, the match referee. We have Chaya Mughal, the captain of UAE. Home team is Oman, and she'll be spinning the coin. Vaishali, please, could you spin the coin? Khanjar is the call. Khanjar it is, UAE. Chaya, could you please join me? Chaya, congratulations. What would you like to do?
Thank you so much. Well, we've decided to bat first.
Bat first. Why is that so?
We've been doing batting and we're really practicing. We're aiming for our global qualifiers, and there's a set target in our mind that we are looking forward to. So every time we get the opportunity, we just want to bat first.
That's great. What is the target on your mind? What are you looking to achieve?
Something near about 160 to 180.
That's fantastic. Any changes in your side?
We have one change. We've got in Ritika instead of Kushi Sharma.
That's great. Congratulations and best of luck.
Thank you.
Vaishali, could I have a word with you as well? Vaishali, 160, 180 is what Chaya says. What would you be looking at?
Definitely the lower the better. I mean, our bowlers are a strength for us, and we have a good fielding side, young girls. They're all raring to go, so the minimum we can restrict for sure. If we get some early wickets, that's an added advantage for us, and hope we can make good use of the conditions early on.
Truly. What is the number that you're looking at? Around what number would it be good for you?
Below 130, 140.
Oh, so there's a difference, and that's great. Any changes to your side?
Yes, so we have two changes. Myself is in today, and we also have Kashish in continuing today as well.
Fantastic, fantastic. That's great news. Best of luck to you for the match.
Thank you, Pranav. Thank you.
So it is UAE who has won the toss, and they're going to be batting first.
UAE winning the toss and electing to bat first, and the home side will be eager to curtail them to a low total. Both teams have been impressive. Oman right on top of the points table. Better net run rate against UAE. We all set for ball number one. That came in sharply. Very fine delivery to begin with. An in-swinger. Team list. Oman has been on top of the points table in the Six Nation tournament ahead of UAE. Both of them have won their games on 4 points each, but Oman better on net run rate at the moment. Very good start here. Once again, that ball curving, and that could have easily come on and dragged onto the stumps as well. She's getting very good swing in the air and movement of the pitch as well. This is going to be a very good contest. Both the sides have shown a lot of form in this tournament, and an even contest on paper. Plays off the back foot, straight to the fielder at covers. So far it's been a very fine start by Oman. Just the right time to introduce and welcome my co-commentator as well, Suresh Dhiman, who's been closely following the Oman national side. Meanwhile, UAE, there are no pushovers. They are one of the hot favorites in every tournament. Look at that movement in the air, coming with an angle into the right-handed batter as a steal, a single, a direct hit as well, a loud appeal. But Oza has made her ground. Suresh, very good evening.
Very good evening to you, Mikhail. Thank you very much. Today, the third match of the day. Day 3 of GCC Women's T20 Championship Cup 2022 being held in Oman Cricket Academy, Oman. Today, it's a thriller we were expecting for this match since long. Let me help my audience to know. UAE and Oman, these are the two favorite sides to win this tournament. At the moment, it looks evenly poised. First over in progress. Spearheading the Omani attack. Bhakti Shetty for Oman. UAE at 1 for no loss. A very good over by Bhakti Shetty, a young talent of Oman cricket, an athlete, a very good bowling action, a good rhythmic bowler. For Emirates, it's Kenny and Oza opening for them.
Oh yes, a very fine start by Bhakti Shetty. Just the one run coming off that over. Lavanya Kenny and Isha Oza opening the innings here for UAE. I'll tell you one thing, both teams very high on skill and ability. It's a pressure game because a lot is expected of both the teams for the kind of caliber they possess. It'll be interesting to see who starts better. Remember, in the shorter formats, you need to start well. More often than not, your start will decide your end as well in the tournament. 20 overs, a lot of time left in this innings, Suresh. But for a start, Bhakti has been on the money.
Absolutely, Mikhail. Coming in jersey number 25 for you, Emirates, Chaya, the captain of United Arab Emirates. Straight to the fielder, a little bit of fumble from Bhakti Shetty. Could manage to steal a single run. Kenny opening her account.
Saya Channa there. She's sharing the new ball with Bhakti Shetty. What we've seen, which is very encouraging, is the movement they've been getting with that white ball. Both these pacers have been able to get the ball to move in the air, so this will always create some doubt for the batters as well, and will just keep them a little circumspect while playing that shot.
Absolutely. A good opening bowling pair attack for Oman. This time driven through the cover and point area. The ball racing to the boundary. So this is first boundary coming up for UAE in the second over. A very well hit by Kenny through the extra cover and point region.
That's a fine shot. Look at the placement and look at the technique as well. Getting to the pitch of the ball, bisecting the fielders inside the 30-yard circle, and the ball was always winning the race. Very good shot by Lavanya Kenny. Gets off the mark with the 4. Great intent shown here by the young girl. This time drifting down the leg very nicely. Very good glove work as well. You've got to see this kind of commitment. That's Vaishali Jesrani, the skipper of the Oman national team. You expect the skipper to set high standards, and she's doing just that. Pressure on the bowler at the moment. Chana has also already conceded 6 in 2 deliveries.
Let me tell you, Mikhail, I am very impressed with Lavanya Kenny. Saw her batting for the first 2 matches. She plays the ball very late again. That gives her ample of time to find the gaps, does the run. A good effort. Jersey number 55 for Oman. Nan Moli Anil, restricting it to a single run. So far, a productive over for UAE. Still 3 more balls to go. Saya Channa already conceded 8 runs. Saya Channa running into ball. Lavanya on the strike. This time, sticking to her line on the off stump. A drive straight to the short mid off. This is middle stump line, very good. Tried to push it to the square leg, a fielder in place, straight to the fielder. So now 2 consecutive dot balls. A good comeback by Saya Channa in this over after conceding 8 runs in first 4 balls. That could build up some pressure on Lavanya. 1 more ball to go. Can she finish the over on a good note? Yes. Oh my God, there is a little bit of fumble. Could manage to steal single to the short bit of area. Thus, at the end of 2 overs, UAE 10 for no loss. A good, steady, solid start by UAE.
Saya Channa recovering really well after conceding a 4 of the very first ball, a second ball. She came back well to just curtail things. UAE after a sedate start, 10 for no loss in the second over. 18 more to go. Openers are looking good. They're just warming up for what is going to be a very interesting and important outing for them. It's about finishing on top, and both these teams right now with equal points. The winner will go on top of the points table. Bhakti Shetty will continue. She was very good in that first over of hers. Lavanya Kenny and Isha Oza are stitching a vital partnership. They're taking their time. Remember, it's the power play right now, the first 6 overs. Short and wide, that's been played towards the point region once again. But there is protection in the deep. Very sensible captaincy here by Vaishali Jaiswarani. She senses that that region is the strength of the UAE batsman, and she deploys the fielder in the deep.
Absolutely, Mikhail. They have seen their earlier matches. As I just said a moment ago, Lavanya, she is very good. She plays late and she does score maximum run to this point cover, a short cover area, including backward point. And I think Bhakti Shetty should target to bowl her as full as possible. The moment she bowl little short or wide of the off stump, I'm sure Lavanya will be ready to cut her to this backward point area. I'm sure both the teams UAE and Oman have plan in place because they know it would be a keenly contested match. Let me assure you, this would be a thriller today. Oh my God, again a fumble. Ball racing to the point and an excellent effort by jersey number 28 from Oman. This was Priyanka Mendonca throwing herself and saving a definite boundary for Oman. A very brilliant fielding efforts by Priyanka.
Great commitment in the field. Oman are showing why they are a quality side. That was slashed hard, cut away. Yes, at point, there was a little bit of a blip, but look at Priyanka Mendonca throwing a body and look at the recovery as well. This is what will raise the standard in the field. Top effort there, Priyanka. Keep up with that commitment. You're doing a great job. And when you back your bowler like this, you're helping Bhakti in confidence as well and helping others as well. Just lift that intensity and energy in the middle. This is great cricket all around. A good shot, wonderful fielding. UAE just warming up again. It's been driven through cover. That's a lovely shot. It's the placement that he mentioned, and the ball wins the race. Enough legs to go to the boundary. Very fine hitting, Suresh. And that's what UAE brings to the table. The kind of skill set they have, they will look very dangerous once they get going.
Yes, I agree with you. They are technically very sound. We saw during the last shot, this ball was pitched bit of room for Oza, and she directly put it to the gap, to the extra cover. Priyanka this time couldn't manage to stop the ball. The ball went like a tracer bullet to the boundary. Can Bhakti come back? A bit change of pace. This time, Isha Oza slightly guiding it to the backward point area to settle for a single. Smart batting. After a boundary, rotating the strike.
I was just coming to that, Suresh. Good observation. Sensible cricket. You've got a boundary, rotate the strike, and that's what Isha Oza is bringing to the table. A lot of maturity in UAE's approach and great commitment in the field by Oman. It's an even contest, let me tell you, at this point. Once again, that ball coming into the right-handed batter. Bhakti Shetty has looked very good, very disciplined. She may have conceded a 4, but don't go by these numbers. She's been very tidy. Another fine over here by Bhakti. UAE won't be complaining. They've reached to 18 without loss. 3 overs gone. It's a like-for-like contest at the moment. We are at the picturesque Oman Cricket Academy. What a venue. And the cricket that's being dished out is full of quality and skill. Remember, 2 top teams playing. Suresh, you've watched all of these matches for the last 3 days. I'm sure you do have a lot of player information as to who's been in form in recent games and who can make an impact with their consistency.
I'm sure when we talk about UAE, I saw the glimpses of a solid technique in Lavanya, and I'm sure Oman would be more than happy to see her back as soon as possible to restrict UAE. This time, a quick single, a bit fumble.
Saya Chana was a touch expensive in her first over. She'll be eager to redeem herself and just curtail that scoring rate at the moment, which is looking very good. They're going at 6 and over. Look at that defense, full face of the bat. Lunging forward, getting close to the pitch of the ball. You'd expect all of this. Remember, in the nets, you bring all your skill, but it's the match temperament that actually tests the real character and resolve in a cricketer or an athlete. And at the moment, oh, that's a no ball. Overstepping there this time. They'll steal a single, and it's a free hit on offer as well, which means license for Isha Oza to go big. And they cannot change the field as well.
Very interesting to see. UAE batters not only looking out for boundaries in this power play, they're also looking out for quick singles and putting a lot of pressure on Omani bowlers. They're not allowing Omani bowlers to settle down. Good to see a lot of audience around the ground, few parents of these young ladies. It's very good to see them, supporting them, motivating them. This one pitch up and all the way over the head of the bowler, a straight drive all over the ropes. This went for a huge six. Isha Oza showing how hard, how long she can hit the ball. A brilliant hit by Isha Oza of UAE. The first six of the match comes in fourth over of the inning.
Well, that was pitched up, and she had enough time to tee off, and look at the strength and bat she's got behind it. Sails into the long off region for a six. What a shot by Isha Oza, looking so dangerous. She's raced to 16 of 12. UAE are taking off at a very brisk rate, 27 for no loss in the fourth over, and they're shifting gears. Nicely bowled, great comeback right into the shoes there, right underneath the bat. A direct hit as well, all happening here at the Oman Cricket Academy. They feel they have their batter, but the batter was well and truly inside. Lavanya Kenny, great calling, great running, good all-round cricket. Firstly, a good delivery right underneath the bat, a quick single being stolen, and a direct hit as well. You cannot ask for more better display of all-round effort from both the sides, Suresh.
This is what I was expecting. Expect a thriller today. This is just the beginning. You can see a quality batting, a very beautiful bowling from Bhakti Shetty, and equally efficient the fielding efforts. What a commitment. All-round cricket, a quality cricket to be seen, and Oman Cricket Academy today, this time spraying down to the legs on the pads of Kenny Lavanya, guided to the square leg for a single. Mikhail, you were talking about batting lineup of UAE. I've seen some observation. There is some change in the batting order today. I think UAE have some plan for this power play today against Oman. They know they are playing against a strong opponent. In the last match, it was Kavisha who opened with Lavanya. Today, there is a change. Isha Oza is promoted to open the inning, and they will be bringing down Kavisha. Isha had a very short stint in her last match. She scored brisk 29 of 14 deliveries, hitting 2 sixes and 2 boundaries. That could be the reason why they would like to use Isha Oza as a hitter to have a quick fire run in the power play.
That's one way of looking at it, but if your batter has scored 92 in the last game, you would not want to demote her in that batting order. Nevertheless, so far the plan has worked with the promotion of Isha Oza. She's begun well, 18 and 14. She's got a 6-2 in that last over of hers. In fact, in this very over. So she's looking good. Lavanya Kenny playing the perfect foil. Shot and wide, punched off the back foot towards covers. Yes, no, they'll settle for a no at the moment. But as you rightly pointed out, if she can get the impetus in the middle overs, she can easily do the same job on top. And at the moment, UAE going at over 7 and over, which is a very, very healthy run rate. 4 gone, 31 for no loss. Kenny and Oza stitching a very vital partnership in the middle.
Let's see what Vaishali Jasrani has in her bag. Would she continue with Bhakti Shetty, or she look out for a bowling change from near end? Yes, as expected, there is a bowling change for Oman. It's Nikita Jagdish spraying down the leg, and umpire Karthikeyan signaling it wide. Good to see Vaishali just running, coming all the way, having a few words with the youngster, Nikita. Another prominent youngster of Oman cricket, Nikita Jagdish, jersey number 23 for Oman. It's a pleasing sight to see Omani bowling attack have a lot of pacer, medium pace bowlers. With the quality slow bowlers, we will see.
Oh, what a shot once again. Drifting on the pads, they flick towards the mid-wicket region. She's so good off her legs over there. So nicely played. It's the placement once again. Sheer timing on it. And that's what Oza is bringing to the table. The promotion has worked. The gamble has worked. Once again, just drifting onto the pads. And look at that gentle flick. It was more of a push, but it's the timing she got on that. What a shot there, Isha Oza. Impressing everybody. So good on the eyes she is when she's batting in full flow. And what a masterstroke so far it is by UAE to promote her in that batting order.
Again, a fumble. This is the pressure, up here pressure of a big match. Usually, Omani side are very good in fielding. The approach taken by UAE, aggressive style of batting in the power play. Having a frequent boundaries, putting Omani fielders too under pressure. Let's see how youngster Nikita Jagdish handles this pressure. She is running in to bowl Lavanya Kenny. This time a good ball, little big upswing being seen. Straight to the keeper.
Very good ball there by Naina Jagdish. She's conceded a 4, but she's come back well. The idea is to not lose momentum and rhythm. Nikita Jagdish, beg your pardon. Corrections. 3 deliveries for her, 6 runs conceded. Lavanya Kenny has taken a time. It's Oja who's looking good. This time, once again, slightly wideish. Kenny just backing away from her stumps, anticipating another short ball. She could just steer it down to third man. But that's the length they should be bowling, somewhere around the corridor of uncertainty. Remember, this is the pressure game. 2 informed sides. Egos can come into play as well. There could be individual battles brewing. Oman versus UAE. Table toppers. They want to have the bragging rights. They want to emerge and go on top after this league stage. There's so much at stake right now.
It's a pressure game. A good comeback by Nikita. It is a chance for a run out. Maybe it would have been a direct hit. Lavanya would have been back to the pavilion. One more run for the overthrow. Lavanya lucky enough to be still on the ground. What do you say, Mikhail? That direct hit, the thing would have been much closer.
And she was gone, indeed. You don't need to do all of this. Runs are coming at a fairly brisk rate. Nicely bowled and equally well played. Just like the way they have presented that full phase of the bat today. UAE batters. This is great skill and intent in the middle. Another very fine over here for UAE. They get 9 of Nikita's very first over. 5 gone. It's 40 for no loss.
It's time for a change in the com box. Pranav Mehta replacing Mikhail. A very good evening to Pranav. How are you doing?
A very good evening to you, sir. It is Oman versus UAE. The neighboring countries are fighting it hard out in the center. There's a lot of expectations in this game. Amanda De Costa will bowl the final over of the power play. She's a very good bowler. Bowls tight lines. There will be another bye. Or is it a wide? Another overthrow. There is a nervous approach in the Oman team right now. That'll be 3 extra runs to the UAE account. There is a nervous approach that has been from the Oman side. They need to realize that they are the table toppers at the moment, and they need to play confidently. Another wide. Will be another run. So Amanda has given away 5 runs without bowling a ball. They are trying to defend. Someone needs to tell them that attack is the best form of defense.
Good to see Captain Vaishali Jasrani coming and having a quick word with the youngster, Amanda Di Costa. A well-flighted delivery, and again Iman Oza going all the way over the head of the bowler. Again a big 6 for UAE, and Isha Oza looking into a very, very aggressive move. She reaches in no time. Look at this. She raced to 29 with this massive 6 of 17 balls. Now, this is creating pressure on Oman.
Oman needs to have a plan B here. Isha Oza is taking a liking. This should be another 6. That is brilliantly struck by Isha Oza. I feel the plan here should be to bowl stumps to stump, pull the ball, pull the length back a tight bit, have a long on, have a deep mid-wicket. If Isha Oza misses, you hit. How many can you connect? Isha Oza should be the question asked. Rather, Oman is going on a defensive mode, bowling away from Isha Oza, and that is opening the offside. It is getting difficult for Vaishali to protect both sides of the field. Yes, it's early overs in this match. Chaya Mughal did say that she's looking at 160, 180. That's a raw full toss, and if you're bowling full tosses, it is going to always be difficult. It's again put away by Isha Oza. She's taking a liking to Amanda. Extremely wrong on this occasion. Before this, she was bowling outside the off stump and getting hit. Then she got the long on and long off protected. After that, she bowled on the stumps, opening the leg side. Difficult times for Captain Vaishali here because of Amanda's line.
It was juicy full toss from Amanda, and Isha Oza will never miss that opportunity. She racked it over the mid-wicket for a huge boundary. Till now, 21 runs being considered by Amanda. Again, spring down to the leg stump. Appeal for the leg before.
That was a very, very good ball. This is the exact line that she had to do in the first place. That was fired in. That was very, very close. That was mighty close. But umpire Samir Parker believes it was going down the leg. Playing it from the stumps. No mid-wicket. You cannot be bowling on the stumps if you don't have a deep mid-wicket. It is best to have a long on and a deep mid-wicket and bowl stumps to stump. If she misses, you hit should be the plan. And that should be plan A, which is not being executed by Amanda. Unfortunate over. She went for runs and she went for runs fast and quick. UAE are in full control of this game at the moment. It is the end of power play. They are 65 for no loss. Isha Oza, she is going to be the talk of the town at the moment. 43 of 22. If it was Kavisha who was being spoken about yesterday, it is Isha Oja who has stole the limelight.
Absolutely, Pranav. That shows the batting lineup of UAE, the depth of UAE batting. We were just discussing in the beginning, Kavisha, after making 95 odd runs, didn't open the inning for UAE today. But UAE had some better plan.
They're playing to a plan. I was there at the toss. And Chaya Mughal, such a brilliant speaker is she. What she suggested, will start off with a wide there, is Nikita. What Chaya Mughal told me is that they have a roadmap, they have a plan in place. They are targeting the World Cup qualifiers. They are looking to score 160, 180, and they've put the plan to execution. It's brilliant to see such kind of professionalism. What a start has UAE had. The question is, who is going to bring Oman back into the game? Currently, it is just Nikita who is bowling her second over. She's been expensive. Sir, bowling card?
Clearly at UAE's 67 for 0 at the end of 6 overs, 7th over in progress, looking clearly into the driving seat. Oman is playing a chasing game now. Again, nicely glanced toward the square leg area for a comfortable single. Isha Oza raising to 44 now of 23 deliveries.
Yes, it is Isha Oza striking at almost around 200. Let's look at the bowling figures. Bhakti Shetty, 2 overs, 9 runs. She was the pick of the bowler. This will be another boundary. This is a freebie to Lavanya Kenny, and she is not going to be missing out on that. It's a juicy full toss on the waist, rather on the hips. She just had to guide it down to the fine leg region for another boundary. Boundaries are coming in thick and fast. Angling it onto her thighs. All that was required was a tight bit of bat and 4 free runs. Bhakti Shetty, 2 overs, 9 runs. Saya Channa, 3 wides and a no ball. 2 overs, 21 runs is what she's conceded. Nikita Jagdish, 1.3 overs, 16 runs. The economy of 10.7. Amanda DeCosta, 5 wides, 1 over, 25 runs. What are the bowling options that Oman have now? Vaishali is surely going to be looking at a lot of other options. Yes, Oman has Samira. That's going to be another boundary. Nikita Jagdish is getting it all wrong. Off the bat, it is spraying onto her pads. All that was required to do is just get a little bit of bat, and through went the ball for a boundary.
At the moment, UAE, both the openers firing all the cylinders. Isha Lavanya taking Omani bowling attack to the ropes, raising to 76 for a no loss. 1 more ball to go to end the 7th over. This time again spraying down to the leg. And a little fumble by Vaishali Jasrani at the wicket helped them to steal 1 more single. And umpire signaling white ball. So she has to re-bowl Nikita 1 more ball.
Every over is going about 10 runs. This over has already conceded 13 runs. She has a ball to bowl more. All that you have to do is bowl length outside off stump. And that will do. That is the expectation of the captain. Will get another. Wonder why there is so many fumbles in the field. I believe it was Samira on the boundary. She's one of the better fielders in Oman women's team. At the end of 7 overs, UAE are cruising at 80 for no loss.
This is all about pressure, Pranav. They are playing against UAE. A lot of expectations from Oman side as well. Generally, they are a very good fielding side. But in the first 7 overs so far, we have seen a few fumbles. That is showing Omani girls are playing a bit under pressure. I think they need to be more relaxed, enjoy the game, not thinking about the result, and in the process give their best. I think this will help them immensely. What do you feel?
For the time being, it is the captain who is keeping her confidence in Amanda. She went for 25 in the first over, but she's still going to be bowling another over. Yes, the captain has a few options. There is Kashish Deep, a brilliant off spinner. There is also Priyanka, the left arm spinner. Samira can bowl a few seam up deliveries as well. These are the ones that I'm aware of. Brilliant effort by Amanda. Will get a single there. Fumbles all around. Probably it is the dew. You would only know once UAE comes into the field in the second innings. If it was the brilliance of Kavisha that made the match yesterday. What a shot is that? What a shot. That's going to go all the way to Jindal Panther banner. Massive 6. It is Isha Oza. She will race away close to her 50. She has raced to a 50. What a 50 is that from Isha Oza, and what a strike was that. 52 valuable runs, and she's going strong. What a brilliant strike is that. Amanda is having a bad day, and Isha Oza is making a merry of her. 52 of 25, striking above 200. What a shot. She's going to keep going. She's going to keep going, and she's going to keep going. That's another 6. Amanda is proving not just expensive, she's very, very expensive. Oman is losing this match early in the first half. They need the back of Isha Oza, and they need it very, very quick. She's hitting 6s at will here. What a brilliant move is it to bring her to the opening.
I think, Pranav, Amanda is feeding to Isha. Look at this is a better ball. That's what I was saying. She should fire it on her toes. A leading edge, a very good running shown by UAE batters. A quick 2 runs from this thick edge running towards third man. What a clean hitting shown by Isha Oza today. A back-to-back 6s in this over. She's using the long handle bat, it looks like, and she's clearing the ropes at will. A clean, powerful hitting display by Isha Oza.
I'll tell you what, I was comparing Kavisha to Mohammad Wasim. Isha Oza is exactly Mohammad Wasim here of UAE. The way she's striking, it looks very, very easy. I'm so sure that she's taken a bite or two from the nearby ground. It is the D10 which is going on. and sixes are hit at will there. She's brought that D10 game into her into this T20 competition. 28 ball 62, and she's going strong. Another misfield there. Nervous Oman team it is. 8 overs gone, 98 for no loss. UAE are dominating and dominating it big. That was an 18-run over from Amanda. 43 is what she's given in 2 overs. Doubt she'll be bowling another one now.
I think Oman have some more bowling option. Maybe they could look at Kashish Deep Jayawant. In the previous match, she bowled 3.5 overs with 2 maidens, conceding just 2 runs and picked up 3 wickets. Although it was against Saudi Arabia, but she's confident now. Maybe she could be given an over or 2 at this stage of the match. What do you say, Pranav? She has a good control of line and length. She bowls wicket to wicket.
What Oman needs to do is see the back of Isha Oza in any possible way. She's striking and striking hard. Samira Khan has been brought in. That is a kind of ball she's never going to be missing at the form in which she is. It is Isha Oza who will bring up the 100 for UAE. It is just the 9th over. What wonderful stroke play from Isha Oza. She's striking and she's striking hard. Oman don't have an answer to her questions at the moment. Samira needs to be bowling length. Juicy half volleys are always going to be put away.
This time, yes, it's the first blood drawn by Omani bowlers. Samira Khan finally could manage to get rid of Isha Oza. She was looking very, very dangerous. A good comeback by Samira after being hit for a boundary. An excellent Yorker, right hitting the toe of Isha Oza in front of the middle stump.
Samira Khan is the talk. She is celebrating and she's celebrating hard. It was an in-swinging Yorker from Samira. What a ball was that. This is the wicket they were wanting to have for a while, and finally they have it. Probably this wicket will let them have the control of the match. What an important wicket. Samira has brought in the most important wicket. It is going to be Tirtha Satish who is going to be walking in. UAE are looking to continue attacking. Wonder where is Kavisha? She's there in the playing 11. She's still not coming. She scored 92 crucial runs yesterday, but today UAE are in the mood to attack. She's another attacking batsman. The wicketkeeper of UAE. What a match is this? It is the neighboring countries. UAE have gone off to a flyer, but it can be pulled back at any given stage. All Oman needs is a couple of wickets. They've got one important wicket. Very, very important wicket. Wonder who can bring in one more.
The new batter in Tirtha Satish, a left-handed, a very attractive looking better. She's also technically very sound, play very aggressive cricket. Interesting to see her strategy now. UAE at 102 for a loss of 1 wicket, placing it nicely to the mid-off region for a comfortable single. Satish Terisha opening her account. So far, good over by Samira Khan. Considered a boundary on the first ball, then a good comeback with the wicket of Isha Oza. A very good ball. A Yorker length ball targeting the middle stump, giving no room. Lavanya negating his nicely, placing it back to the bowler. This time, Lavanya drove it to the mid-off area. There is a protection on long off. Settling for 1 run. So at the end of 9 overs, UAE at 103 for a loss of 1 wicket. Excellent successful over by Samira Khan. Conceded 6 runs and took 1 wicket off. A valuable prize wicket of Isha Oza, who was firing all the cylinders. Let me welcome my co-commentator, Mikhail. A very good evening to you.
Good evening, Suresh. And what a batting masterclass we've seen from Isha Oza, promoting her to the top order there to open the innings, and she took off in fine style. And now the UAE batters are playing sensible cricket, stealing singles under the nose of the Oman fielders right now. Well, let me tell you, just watching Isha Oza bat, simultaneously there's a D10 contest going on. I thought she could walk into that particular pitch and bat as well. 5 sixes for her, 5 fours, an innings that was complete belligerence in the middle. Isha Oza has impressed one and all, so good on the eyes, and now UAE are in a position of strength. They're building from the platform that's been created. The foundation has been laid, and what's good to see is that Lavanya Kenny is batting at a run of ball 23, and Tejasvi Tirtha Satish, beg your pardon, Tirtha Satish there has just walked in. Lot of work to do here for Vaishali Jesrani, Suresh. Oman has to pull things back in their favor.
I agree with you, Mikhail. It's a good, solid platform being set by the opening batsman. Good to bring Priyanka Mindonka. She has a good match. A left-arm bowling, slow bowling options. Driven straight over the head of the bowler in a no woman area. A easy single. UAE has a very strong batting lineup yet to come. We have yet to see Kavisha. She scored 95 yesterday. Then we have Khushi Sharma, Chaya Mughal, the captain of UAE. A very solid and strong lineup, a long lineup.
In a T20, when you're going at 11, almost 12 and over, you know that you've got most things right. And with a start like that, you'd want to believe it'll be a wonderful ending to the innings as well. If they can just bat in similar fashion for the next 10 overs, they are staring at something close to 210, 220. And that's where Oman lies in danger of just playing catch-up in this game. Oh, that was a very good delivery. Just playing the wrong length there. Very good toss to win here for UAE, Suresh.
Yes, and they took the full advantage of that in the power play, going with the aggressive style of batting. They have a strategy in place. They promoted Isha Oza. They kept Kavisha for the later stage, and Isha Oza delivered, and she did a fantastic job of scoring a quick fire run for her team today.
Oh yes, 67 and 31 deliveries, 5 fours, 5 sixes, a strike rate of 216. Get her in the D10, get her to bat there, because this is what's happening over there as well. What a fine batting effort. Oh, that's been pulled towards the long gone region. They'll settle for a single here. Lavanya Kenny is bringing all the calmness in the carnage created by Isha Oza. But credit has to be given to the think tank of UAE, the captain, the team management, the coach, to just think out of the box and promote Isha Oza to that opening slot. Because had it backfired, it would have just worked against all their plans.
That's true, but as the saying go, luck favors the brave, and that's what UAE did. And maybe, Omani team was expecting Kavisha to open, and with Isha Oza coming up the order, it could have surprised. And meanwhile, it's oh my God, Saya Channa dropping a sitter this time at the deep mid wicket, corner area almost. This could have been a second wicket for UAE. Priyanka Mendonka not happy. The ball came in Saya Channa's hand. She fumbled it and went ball down to the ground. Look at this. She almost had it. She almost had it.
Very, very costly reprieve there. Saya Channa should have taken it. She was trying to grab that catch, not allowing it to come into that pouch over there. And they also had a run-out chance missed. Had that throw been closer to the stumps, that could have easily resulted as well in a run-out. So a great opportunity missed by the Omani cricketers, but they'll need to forget that. They'll need to let it slide, because they have to move on and look for more wickets. Because once again, a partnership is brewing right now between Tirtha Satish and Lavanya Kenny. Wickets is the order of play for Oman at the moment.
Certainly, Mikhail. In cricket, the best way to contain run is to take wickets. And this is what, and the ball is racing towards rope. Kashish Deep Jayawant could manage to stop before it touches the ropes. UAE is settling for a couple of more runs. Lavanya moves quickly to 28 now. I beg your pardon, it's 26 of 27 deliveries. UAE currently at almost 11 runs per over at the halfway mark. It's 1-1-1 for a loss of 1 wicket for UAE. A good ball by Samira Khan, a Yorker length straight targeting the wicket. Lavanya has no answer to this ball, driving it straight to the bowler. A dot ball. A dot ball is worth of a gold at this moment of the match for Oman. Maybe, Mikhail, maybe a couple of 2-3 consecutive dot balls could help Oman to create additional pressure.
Driven handsomely, and the highlight of the UAE innings has been their shot selection and the way they have brought their skill set into play in the middle with great amount of maturity. You spoke about dot balls. For Oman right now, they don't need consecutive dot balls, they need consecutive wickets. If they could get a wicket or two in one over, then they are pulling things back in their favor. At the moment, just looks like things are slipping out of their hand. They're not short of energy, it's just that the execution is missing over here, Suresh.
I think it looks like they're under a bit of pressure. As I said earlier, they should enjoy the game. Samira Khan pitching it up on the off stump. This time a very good fielding and a quick return to a wicket keeper, preventing any run this time to Tirtha Satish. Samira Khan is bowling very well, stamp to stump line. Look at this. Again, firing it straight down the Yorker length. Tirtha Satish driving it straight to the bowler. A very good bowling by Samira Khan. Till now, she just considered 3 runs. Can she finish it? This time, little bit outside the off stump and driven to the cover. A very nice shot, but there is a protection at the boundary. A good fielding. Tirtha Satish has to settle for a couple of runs. So at the end of over number 11, UAE at 114 for the loss of 1 wicket. Tirtha Satish at 6 of 7 deliveries. Lavanya Kenny, 27 of 29 deliveries. UAE nicely plays at half stage mark, almost 11 overs gone, 9 more to go. It's 1-1-4 for 1. What should be the strategy of UAE from here onwards, Mikhail?
I don't want to believe one between Tirtha Satish or Lavanya Kenny need to decide who will be the aggressor and who will be the anchor. Because at the moment, Lavanya Kenny looks like the batter who can actually hang around and hold this innings. It is for Tirtha Satish to decide on the role that she needs to take. But for Oman, the plan is simple. Attack and take wickets. Somehow grab your catches, get the direct hits. Somehow just peg them back, because the way UAE is going, they look unstoppable at the moment, Suresh. Once again, taken on the full protection in the deep. They'll settle for a single. Always on the lookout for runs. What I really liked is they've capitalized on the loose deliveries. They've not missed out on the scoring opportunities, which is very important here in the T20 format.
Certainly agree with you. And the other thing I have noticed is they are not only banking on the boundaries or a big hits. They are keep rotating their strike. They are not losing even a single opportunity to place the ball in between the gaps. So even they are trying to score on the good balls. Whereas on the other hand, Priyanka Mendonca had a good first over. She just conceded 5. A lot of expectations from her. Jersey number 28 for Oman. A nicely looped ball and a quick single. A fielder at the square leg, bit slow, charging to the ball. Meanwhile, UAE running a quality running between the wickets. What a professional side. This shows how good trained they are.
One 6 for 1. The tide favoring UAE at the moment, winning the toss, electing to bat first, have scored 116 in 12 overs. Tossed up, gives the charge. What a drive once again. It's the footwork, it's the application. They've had great conviction in their footwork this evening, UAE. Just the right time to introduce and welcome Pranav Mehta in the comment box. Pranav, you'll be delighted with the way UAE have approached his innings, but being from Oman, you'd also be a little concerned about the manner in which UAE has taken off as well in that first 11 overs.
For sure, Mikhail, thank you very much. It's such a pleasure commentating with you. So much to learn. Every day is a new learning session, and that's what needs to happen. Come on. Oh my God. Oh my God. What has happened there? Priyanka cannot believe it. Probably there were 7, 8, 9, 10 appeals. She couldn't believe that umpire Samir Parker has given that as not out. She's still disappointed. What I want the Omani women's bowlers to have is a plan A followed by plan B. So this is what happened here. Oh my God. Tirtha Satish was not even in the frame. That's a very, very unfortunate decision. Probably Samir Parker was not on the right side. He didn't have much visibility of the action. And since there is no replays, he gave that as a benefit to the batsman. I'm not defending Samir Parker, but I am only assuming that is what would have happened. It is Tirtha Satish and Lavanya Kenny. They were obviously struck by a storm there. Isha Oja, what wonderful piece of batting. That's the end of the second over for Priyanka Mendonka. A 5-run over. UAE 119 for 1 in 12 overs.
Great batting here and wonderful setting as well. This is the Oman Cricket Academy. UAE facing off with the home team Oman in the GCC Women's T20 International Championship Cup 2022. And at the moment, the odds are in favor of UAE winning the toss, batting first, and underlights the spectacle of women cricketers taking on each other in a must-win encounter, go on top of the points table. What a contest. It's a sight for the ages. Young Samira, can she inflict a breakthrough? Oman needs it desperately. She begins with a wide. You cannot be drifting down leg.
For sure, there's a lot that the Omani women's cricketer would learn. This is the first time they are being televised in such a high-profile tournament. It is the GCC Cup. All the Gulf countries are here. Very, very lucky there is Lavanya Kenny. Inside edge could have easily gone onto the stumps. Misfielding has been the talk of the evening.
Pranav, look at the running between the wickets. Look at the alertness shown by the UAE batters. Yes, it was a single on the offer, and the moment they sense a second run, they quickly turn back to their spots, respond, and eye coordination, and take off for the second. Now, this is what we call hunger for runs, awareness about the game, and these are very minute details that spell the culture within the team. And that's why UAE right now is standing out a little bit in terms of their performance in the middle. Taking nothing away from Oman, it's just that they're under pressure because at the moment they're playing catch-up with a side that is batting at a healthy run rate of 10 plus with 9 wickets in hand, which means they are in the mode of explosion in the remaining 8 overs.
I have to so agree with you there. There's something that I would like to talk about Samira's action. Just before she reaches the crease, what a shot is that. Lavanya Kenny, they're looking to get runs of every ball. Running hard. I have to so agree with you. They're running very well between the wickets. That dive that Tirtha put in created a little bit of doubt in the minds of Samir Parker. If Samira could start her run up a step towards her left, that would not, what a shot is that. I cannot conclude my point. It is Tirtha Satish taking on the action. She sweeps Samira Khan for a boundary. She is taking on this Omani attack. My point being that if Samira Khan could start her run up a foot off on the left side, it will not disturb her action when she reaches the crease, where she breaks her action, and that is what is reducing her pace. She struck this high and handsome. It is 6 more. Tirtha Satish. She is taking on. She's an attacking batsman. We all know that. That was a full toss, but it still had to be put away. And it's put away in style. 6 more valuable runs to the account of Tirtha Satish, and UAE are cruising. And Oman do not have an answer here.
Mighty impressed by their approach. One batter goes, other one takes over. They're just doubling up and showing how strong they are across this batting order of theirs. Tirtha Satish with that power hit 6, punching above her weight. Quality cricket being dished out here at the Oman Cricket Academy. This time just chips it towards the long on region once again. Very good cricket. The highlight has been the manner in which they've rotated the strike and also pierced the gaps and got the odd boundaries. Everything panning out the way UAE would have wanted. A change in batting order. Kenisha was demoted, dropped down in the batting order, and Isha Oza was given the chance to open. Kavisha, beg your pardon. Isha Oza opened, got to a quick fire, 60 odd runs. This time, it's been hit towards the long off region for a single by Lavanya Kenny. They are right now seeing the ball very well, and this partnership is turning out to be a threatening one, a costly over here. 14 runs coming off it, 15 rather coming off it, with a wide make that's 16, and this is where UAE have capitalized. They're having a 10 to 15 run over every now and then, which is compiling as pressure on Oman.
What Oman will learn from here is that they need to have plan A, B, C, D for each of their bowlers. Every time that the Omani bowler has been attacked, she doesn't have a backup delivery to that. Variations need to come into play. Line and length have to be spoken about. Look at the amount of flight which Priyanka is giving in. She will have to evaluate if she can afford to give this much amount of flight when she gets to franchise cricket. These are the points that they need to discuss about. What are her odds? What are the balls that she's going to be bowling to pick up wickets? It is an international match. It is a T20I. As of now, Oman are leaking runs. That will be another boundary. A very beautiful looking cover drive. Yes, it was the full toss. Yes, it was flighted. But it still had to be put away. And I keep saying so. Tirtha Satish, what a player is she. Beautifully driving it down. UAE are scoring at a run rate above 10. A left arm spinner is expected to come in and fire in balls. Yes, she's reduced a little bit of speed. Another overthrow was almost in action. Yes, she's reduced the flight, but that's not the solution. She needs to fire one in. That is where she'll pick up wickets. She's strong. She's a strong lady. She spends almost as much as 2 to 3 hours in the gym. Priyanka Mendonca.
Priyanka has bowled well. This is the third over in operation. She's just managed to give 15. But she's up against two batters who've just been too severe on anything that's been loose, and that's the concern here. She can't err in line or length. The fielders need to back her. Too many full deliveries have been bowled to the UAE batters. Lavanya Kenny opening the innings 35 of 36. This is a very matured innings by her. And Tirtha Satish, another single by Lavanya, this time towards square leg. These singles need to be cut off. They're releasing pressure every now and then by rotating the strike. And just coming back to Tirtha Satish, the way she's come, taken her time, and the way she's shifted gears and accelerated, you've got to give credit to her as well. You can sense the pressure is mounting on Oman. That's because UAE are touching 150 in only the 15 overs, which means they have another 5 overs to just tee off. Short and wide. This time getting an under edge. It's going towards the third man boundary. The ball has enough legs. Will it win the race? Yes, it is. Another boundary. And other agonizing attempt there by the fielder to cut it off, but it does not help as UAE continue to grow in their batting performance. This time not so convincing, but 4 bonus runs and welcome runs here for UAE. This has been a fine batting effort. Oman are playing catch up at the moment, and this could spell trouble to them.
It's just a bad day in the office for Oman. They're a very, very good side in general. They were the table toppers before this match, but they are struck by the storm which is flown in from the neighboring country, just 500 kilometers across. Wonder what it is. It was the men a couple of months ago who took a liking of the Oman wicket, and now it is the women. Probably all these UAE residents find Oman as their home ground away from home. Kashish will come into the attack and start up with a wide down the leg. This is an act that they're not used to. Rarely have they been attacked, and this is the first time probably that they have attacked and they have panicked. Another wide, very, very well kept by Vaishali Jasrani. She's been clinical behind the stumps. Collecting the ball down the leg is not easy, and she's been clean in doing so far. Very, very well bowled by Kashish. That is the line which was required from the start. She's finally got it. How long can she continue to do so is going to be the question.
Touching 150 in the 15th over. They've maintained that 10 and over run rate, which I feel has been incredible and remarkable as well, to just be so consistent with maintaining the 10 and over right from the start. Nicely bowled once again, played towards the covers, equally well fielded. Good cricket all around. Oman don't want to give it in so early. They're not eager to throw in the towel. UAE want to dominate. It's a battle of egos at the moment.
Just not egos, Mikhail. We are talking about bragging rights. These are two very competitive countries in whatever they do. And each one would want to finish on top. That is once again bowled down the leg. It will be cut off. Look at that running between the wicket. Lavanya and Tirtha have been mighty impressive. Very, very quick between the wickets. Absolutely sprinting. They have been there for a while, but the running has been very, very good. Kashish needs to bowl a tighter line. She sweeps and sweeps well, just on the left of the fine leg fielder. Picking up another boundary, Tirtha Satish. She is firing and she's firing hard. 32 of 18. Kashish is praying in line. That was definitely a wide ball. But Tirtha Satish says, if I can get 4 easy runs, why leave it for a wide?
And in the process, they get to their 150 mark as well. They surpass it in very fine style in only the 15th over. 5 more to go. Pressure piling on. Jayawant, Kashish Jayawant, already conceded 10 runs in her first 3 deliveries. Too many extras. Oh, it's been driven handsomely through the extra cover region. That's a very fine shot. The fielder has to give up the chase. In fact, she does well to get there, but is not able to stop it. And another boundary here for UAE, and comes from the bat of Tirtha Satish. She's shifted gears, she's accelerated very well, and in all of it, she's shown that she can do it by playing some wonderful ground shots.
These matches are telecasted live. It is the GCC Women's T20 Cup Championship Cup, played live here in Oman. It is Kashish Jayawant, the daughter of Deep Jayawant, the former Oman national team player, the mighty left-hander who was known for hitting Massive sixes all around the ground. He played in the same team with me for 5 years. And there are stories that I can tell about him. But at the moment, the limelight is on Kashish, his daughter, wearing the number 6 jersey for Oman. And she is being attacked by these UAE batters, Lavanya Kenny and Tirtha Satish. She'll finish her first over, conceding 15 runs. UAE are 161 for 1 in just 15 overs. ऐसा लग रहा है UAE सऊदी के साथ खेल.
UAE has come out with great intent, and in all of it, it's the execution that has come good for them. They've come with an attacking mindset, they've come with a plan, they've come to dominate, and everything has fallen in place. It's as if the bricks have just gone into those slots nicely for them, and they've ticked all boxes so far in that batting department of theirs. Priyanka Mendonca, 21 for no loss, beg your pardon, 21 without a wicket in 3 overs. Tossed up, takes it on the full, and looks like that will also go away to the mid-wicket boundary. They are on a leather hunt at the moment, punishing the loose deliveries, making merry in the middle. UAE are on a flight to glory at the moment, let me tell you that. It's looking a one-sided contest where the bat is winning the battle against the ball.
I'll tell you what, Mikhail, I know Priyanka pretty well, and every now and then she sends me a message. I bowled 4 overs for 10 runs, 15 runs, picked up 4 wickets, 5 wickets. She wouldn't have never seen a day when she would have given more than 20 runs. And today is that day. I used to always tell her, you cannot be flighting the ball if you want to play high-level cricket. Yes, if the wicket is turning and you flight the ball, it makes sense. You're trying to extract turn, but on a flat wicket like this, which is good for batting, trying to flight the ball makes no sense.
In all of this, Priyanka for sure is learning. In the shorter formats, you tend to keep it flatter and quicker. In the longer formats, that's where you try to use the flight. That doesn't mean that you don't flight the ball. It's always encouraging when you flight the ball and invite the batter, despite being hit for 4s or 6s, because you're unafraid to challenge and once again bowl that same line and length and invite him, hoping that he would miss or she would miscue that. Once again, flighted delivery, but the adopted strategy these days by most bowlers, they're stealing a single again. This is very fine cricket. Look at the sense of anticipation. Look at the sense of urgency shown by UAE over here. They are eager to make amends. They are eager for that every single run that they want to earn. They want to add to the total. And just coming back to the flight, Priyanka is maintaining not a bad ploy. That's a good ploy, but you have to pitch it in the right areas, and you need to extract turn. You need to beat the batter in flight as well. But the adopted strategy these days in the shorter formats is keep it flat, keep it quick. Sometimes don't get too predictable and just mix it up nicely. Early days for Priyanka. She's learning, and I'm sure she's only going to get better with time.
That's so well said, Mikhail. Yes, flight could do the trick, but she has to be bowling a little away from the batter, making the batter stretch. You cannot be flighting the ball on the stumps. Just like this. She does prove the commentator wrong. She will get the back of Tirtha Satish. She did flight the ball. She did make Tirtha Satish miss the ball. And she will get the wicket through a stumping. Wonderful glove work by Vaishali Jesrani. She has been clinical behind the stump. She's been very effective. She's been busy. The bowlers haven't been accurate. But when the movement arose, she was ready for it. And look how quickly she dislodges the bails. Very, very well done by Vaishali Jesrani.
Great glove work by Vaishali Jesrani. They're very quick to get her hands in time to uproot the bails, but credit has to be given to Priyanka. She was unafraid. She was hit to flight for flighted deliveries, but she continued with the ploy, invited the batter into the shot, deceived her in the flight, beat her in the length, and the rest was done by Vaishali Jesarani. So 10 points here to the Oman bowling and fielding side, as Tirtha Satish will have to depart after playing a very fine innings. Her cameo comes to an end. She entertained, but above that, she took UAE well past the 150 mark and stitched a very good second wicket partnership with Lavanya Kenny. And as I told Suresh sometime back, Kenny will be the pivot around which the others are going to bat around. This ploy has worked. She will drop anchor and the rest will come and play their shots. Captain Chaya Mughal, she has the perfect setting. She has a little under 5 overs to play her shots. So she'll know what's her job to do in the middle.
Wonder what's happening. Kavisha, the lady who scored 92 runs yesterday, her career best, is not come in still. UAE are 2 down. The captain walks into the middle. Chaya Mughal. She did tell me at the toss time, she's looking at 160, 180. They're going to be going way past that. They're already approaching 170. They still have over 4 overs to go. 200 will definitely be on their mind. The wicket has put a spring or two in Priyanka's bowling. She's suddenly giving in more revolutions. The release is much better. The action is more stable. Checking the field is Priyanka there. Will get Lavanya Kenny on strike. Tirtha Satish, what a player is she. Lavanya Kenny will continue to play her shots, rotate the strike. She's scored 37 of 40, and we are still not talking about her. That's a commendable performance against Oman, but the limelight has been stolen by Isha Oza, who opened the innings with her, and then Tirtha Satish, both striking at just around 200. Very, very, very well played UAE so far. They have attacked the best team and they have left the best team answerless. Oman have been the table toppers of this tournament so far. A misfield by Saya Channa. Both Saya Channa and Priyanka Mendonca practices with our team. We are a Premier Division team, and they work really hard. It's 16 overs, 173 for 2.
For legal deliveries left. 173 at the toss, as you mentioned. Chaya did mention something around 160, 170, 180 rather. Well, they've exceeded their own expectations at this point, and they'll get to 200 easily without much fuss. Now this is going to be a very steep chase when Oman come out to bat, and they'll have to be on an aggressive mindset from the very first ball, and that power play 6 overs is going to be so very important for them. Bhakti Shetty introduced back into the spell, very good in the first 2 overs with the new ball. She got that ball to swing into the right-hander, just cramping them for space. Can she do the same? She's up against Chaya Mughal, a very experienced campaigner. Remember, the captain of UAE, and she'll also not miss out on the loose deliveries. I still want to believe the pressure's on the bowling side at the moment. Nicely played, nicely fielded as well. Great commitment shown by Oman. Always on the lookout for runs. Fiza Javed, beg your pardon. She was the skipper last evening for Oman. Very nice fielding effort by Fiza at point. Using the pace this time, slashing it hard. But Fiza anticipating it very well and stopping that. It could have easily bisected the gap between point and backward point and gone towards that cover point region for a 4. Easily saved 3 runs over there.
Brilliant effort from Fiza Javed. Oman are in a lot of pressure here. Another good piece of fielding by Fiza Javed. She's very quick, but that will not allow UAE from getting a couple. Lavanya Kenny is quickly approaching her milestone, the 50-run mark. Bhakti Shetty, she's been the most economical bowler this evening. She will be bowling the 17th over and the 19th over. The question is who's going to be bowling the 18th and 20th over.
Good start here for Bhakti. She's not conceded a boundary this time. Again, taken on the full, gets the toe end of the bat. They'll be eyeing for the second. The ball's not got much pace on it. But that's nicely fielded and good backup as well. Oman need to show that energy that they had when they began. They can't drop energy at this point in time.
Bhakti Shetty is bowling a crucial over. That will be a catching opportunity. It will be dropped. Amanda is not having a good day. I was just about to say that she is the prime contender of bowling the 18th and 20th over. Yes, she's gone for runs, but she's a very, very experienced campaigner. Bhai, ye kya ho gaya? वो खराब हो गया. That was hit straight up. That would have been an easy running catch for Amanda. On another day, not so today. That's cut well and cut well enough. Priyanka will dive in, but that will not allow it to be stopped. It's going to be 4 more runs. Bhakti Shetty was marginally short, and Chaya Mughal is going to be capitalizing on that. It's salt on the wound. She did create an opportunity. Amanda did drop it, and the very next delivery goes for a boundary.
Oh yes, we've just been seeing the Omani fielders running all over the Oman Cricket Academy at the moment. Once again, Chaya Mughal has decided that attack is the best way forward now. She's giving it a wild swing. She's throwing a bat at virtually everything. Costly over this. Bhakti Shetty 19 in a 3 overs. "17 overs gone, 183 for 2. That number 183 is very synonymous with Indian cricket, Pranav. Always takes us back to a very big moment in every Indian cricket fan's life.
We have a movie made on that. It is 83. The World Cup which India won in 1983, which transformed the entire cricket scenario in Oman, in India. It is going to be Saya Channa. She's given away 2 overs 21. She will start off with a wide. It's been a very, very difficult evening for Oman. Never have they before this been attacked. And today when they have been attacked, they do not have the plan B or plan C. They are struggling and they are falling behind. But the game is not yet over. They do have a lot of batting. Very good backing up by Nayan Moli there. Oman is going to be looking forward to Nayan Moli. Nayan Moli was one of the premium strikers yesterday. That was another quick single. That has rattled the stumps. This is what was expected out of Saya Channa. Keep it on the stumps. All the Omani bowlers needed to do this. Keep it on the stumps. They miss, you hit. And that should have been the plan to start off with. It's never too late. It is being executed by the brilliance of Saya Channa. She will see the back of Chaya Mughal. It's a tongue twister, isn't it? Saya Channa getting the wicket of Chaya Mughal. It was a big swing. And the swing in vain. The batter who made all the difference yesterday is going to be walking in. And she's going to be walking in at the fall of 3 wickets. Yes, she opened the innings yesterday. Today, she's going to be playing a cameo. Kavisha, the batter who is so elegant. I beg your pardon, that was the wicket of Lavanya. यार ये स्कोरर क्या ही करता है यार इधर दिखा रहा हूं Chaya Mughal is still there on the non-striking end. She's going to be joined in by Kavisha. Lavanya was looking so good there. Wonderful delivery by Saya Channa. She's continuing to do so, keeping it on the stumps. The length is a tiny bit fuller. Maybe a little pull back on length would be incredible. What a talent is Saya Channa. She also works very hard on her fitness. Focuses a lot on her diet. That was half a chance. Will be well fielded. Looking for a second is Kavisha. Won't get so. If you can hear the roars, these are those coming in from the next ground. The D10 is in process and it is Mehran Khan who is blazing around. He's already gone to his 50. You cannot keep the bat of Kavisha silent. She struck a boundary of Saya Channa's last ball. What a talent is Kavisha. Very, very good. That was just on the legs. Flicked it past the fine leg. And every second the very second it crossed the fine leg, it was always going to be going for a boundary with this fast outfield. Bhakti Shetty is going to be bowling the 19th over. UAE are cruising 192 on board. It is just the 18th over. 2 overs to go. That's the wicket. That is the wicket of the captain, Chaya Mughal. Bhakti Shetty bowling over Yorker just outside of stump. Chaya getting an inside edge onto the stumps. Very unlucky there. On another day, it could so well go for a boundary past the wicket keeper. But not today. Bhakti Shetty will pick up a wicket here. Yes, Oman haven't been good in the field for 15 overs, but they have been incredibly good in the last 3 overs. They've picked up wickets and they've picked up wickets at crucial times. UAE is going to continue throwing their bat at everything. They have 6 wickets in hand, and in this remaining 11 balls, they would want to pick up as many runs as possible. Somewhere around 210 is what they would be expecting, and anything less than that is something that would keep them disappointed. Joining me in the comm box is my fellow commentator.
Hi, Pranav. UAE at 192 for 4, 19th over in progress. a very good ball, pitching up a late swing by Bhakti Shetty. She has bowled extremely well, looking at the UAE commendable score of 192 for the loss of 4 wickets so far. The good thing for Omani is Gokhale and Kavisha, the both knew better. Still, if Oman can contain and bowl the rest of the 2 overs tightly and restrict UAE within 200, that would, oh my God, ball hitting directly to the stump and an extra run. So instead of 1, they could manage to gather 2 runs. Pranav, it's all about psychology as well. A 200 mark. Let's say if Oman able to restrict UAE within 200, I know it's not that easy for Omani. They have to bowl extremely out of their skin to prevent UAE crossing this 200 magic number. But again, if they could manage to do that, this will give them some psychological advantage over UAE when they come to bat after the inning break.
Suresh, I'll have to highly disagree. On that note, the general average score in women's cricket is somewhere around 130, 140. UAE are cruising at 195. This is one of those days where UAE have had the command from ball 1 and they've been struck by brilliance. Not just one batter but 2 batters. It was Tirtha Satish, and prior to Tirtha Satish it was Isha Oza who attacked the Omani bowlers, and Omani bowlers did not have plan B, plan C, which put them in difficult conditions. What's going to happen is that it's 19 overs, 197 for 4. What's going to happen is that post this match, before coming into the next match, the support staff, the coaches, assistant coaches, fielding coaches, bowling coaches, they will all come into play. They will have to sit and discuss strategies. That is their main role, and that is what will be expected out of them. We've already seen the quality of fielding of the Kuwaiti side. Oman will be looking to match that. It's not going to happen immediately, but over the next few years, that is what will be the target plan. Coming to bowling, they will have to make sure that they have plan A, B, C. If the plan A is to keep it on length within the stumps, the plan B has to be survival, bowling maybe 7 stumps outside of stump, making the batsman drive. Plan C could be bowling yorkers. Plan D, variations, slower ones coming into play. These are the kind of options that they need to have, because when today UAE attacked, they did not have an answer back. It put them in shock. It stunned them. They were wondering what were they supposed to do, and they never had an answer.
I do agree with you, Pranav. When Isha Oza and Lavanya Kenny was going all out in the power play, Omani bowlers have no answer to their onslaught, and they were running at 10 and over, if I remember correctly. There is a bit of yes and no. Back to the field action. A rare dot ball for UAE. UAE still at 198 at 4. Still 3 more balls to be bowled by Chaya Channa to complete Oman quota of 20 overs.
Suresh, this is a rare sight. This is a very, very rare sight where batters attack the bowling side, and this brutally. Oman is not a minnow. They're a very, very strong bowling side. They're well recognized around the world. And to bring their A game today, UAE, it's hats off to them. They have done very, very well. I should rather say that they have done extremely well. All the batters that have come in have looked to attack, play positive. This is what T20 cricket is all about. Inside edge says Empire Samir Parker. Very good backing up by Fiza Javed. There is still a ball to go. All I hope is that Oman brings their A game in the second innings, and not just that. It's 200 that is up for UAE. What a time to bring up the mark. It's the last ball. Saya Channa. Kavisha is going to be swinging it hard and swinging it well. 4 valuable runs is what she will obtain on the last ball of the first innings. Saya Channa will be disappointed. It was marginally short and she smashes it just wide of the mid-wicket fielder. And every second it was going for a boundary that it was struck from the bat. Kavisha might have come late into action, but she did show the management that she can also strike the ball. She needs to be trusted. She's a brilliant anchor. Today, she was a brilliant striker. What a knock by UAE. 204 for 4. Brilliant display of batting.
And what a way to close the inning. A hard-hitting 4 to close the inning, putting a nail on the coffin. UAE ending with 204 for the loss of 4. Oman to chase 204.
So that's it from us here in the comm box. We'll join you shortly after the break to see the chase. They are blurred हो गया, blurred, कुछ दिख नहीं रहा बराबर. 204 for 4 is what UAE got. Inside edge, very well kept. She's a very, very good keeper, Tirtha Satish. She did strike a lot of runs in the first innings. She went after the Omani bowling attack. भाई ये वाले कैमरा का ब्लर्ड है. ये भी थोड़ा ब्लर्ड है, फार एंड पे ब्लर्ड है. It is Sia who's bowling. देखो ये कुछ भी बराबर नहीं. That was edged and it will find the gap between the keeper and the bowler. If that is fielded very, very well at third man. Will get only one run of that ball that was brilliantly swung away from the batter. Sakshi Vijaya Shetty edged it and still found the gap between the keeper and the slip. There is a marginal gap. See how small the gap is. That is the gap. Fiza Javed is looking to attack on the very first delivery. Sia is a rare commodity. We have not seen a lot of her in the previous games. She's playing today and she's swinging the ball away. Brilliant action, lovely run up, and look at that swing. Will get runs off the overthrow. One extra run is what they will get. What has been so impressive in terms of UAE is the way they have got their techniques right. Indicates the amount of quality time that the coaching staff has spent behind them. Wide is declared by umpire Karthikeyan. The coaching staff could be their school cricket, their club cricket. It could be the coaching staff at the national team. But everyone behind all these wonderful 11 ladies of the UAE team have to get a lot of recognition. Samaira, a natural athlete, is there at backward point. With that, I will introduce you to my fellow commentator here.
Thank you, Pranav. A missed opportunity by Sakshi Vijay Shetty. It was a full toss. She wanted to hit it hard, straight to the fielder. Maybe she could have got a boundary on this last ball of Sia Gokhale. At the end of first over, a slow and steady start for Oman. They are 4 for no loss. Oman chasing a daunting task. They need to make 205 runs to win this match. And Pranav, 1 over already gone in the power play. 5 more to go. What do you say? What should be the Oman strategy from here on? They need almost 10.5 to 11 runs per hour from here onwards.
I'll tell you what, Suresh. UAE have been a more professional side on the day. They have done well and they have done very, very well. They came with a plan. They did not go with the regular strategy. They changed their plan, they changed their routine, and they have executed the routine very well. So far in the tournament, you have seen Chaya Mughal opening the bowling. She's not yet bowled. The second over, it is Nanda Kumar. Induja Nanda Kumar, who has taken the responsibility to bowl from the near end, swinging it away. There is not a lot of room that Induja is providing Fizza with. She's swinging into Fizza and she's keeping a very tight line.
So far, excellent discipline shown in the bowling by Induja Nandakumar. She is bowling to the stump line, a little away from the off stump line, making sure she doesn't give any rooms to the Omani batters. Fiza, she had a very good day at the office yesterday, scoring 75 runs against Saudi Arabia. Today the story is different. They are playing against much stronger opponent, UAE. I think if Oman has to win this match, Fiza has to click top the order and make maximum use of this power play in the beginning. Oman, as of now, at 4 for 0 loss. Second over in progress. Immaculate line and length shown by Induja Nandakumar. A very good bowling. She is yet to leak a single run. So far, 5 dot balls bowled by Induja Nandakumar. Again bowling to the off stumps, straight to the fielder at extra cover. What a wonderful over by Induja Nandakumar. It's the first maiden of the inning. Oman still struggling at 4 in 2 overs, chasing daunting task of 205.
It has been a tough day in the office for Oman. To start off with, UAE has piled on 204 runs for 4 in the allocated 20 overs, and now they're not letting Oman get away. Sia and Induja are bowling a tight line. Sia conceded just 4 runs in the first over, and she's continuing to bowl a tight line in the second over as well of hers. And then came in Induja, who bowled a maiden of in-swingers. They've come with a plan and they have executed the plan very, very well. They have been the more professional side on the day. That could have been very, very close if that would have hit the stumps. Very, very, very good fielding by UAE. As I was just saying, they have been the more professional side on the day. Whether it is batting, bowling, or fielding. Believe it or not, Suresh, it is Sia bowling. Tirtha has just come up to the stumps. This is some talent. Will get a boundary there. That's very well struck by Fizza. She was the captain yesterday. She is going to be taking the responsibility today. Yesterday she was the captain, Vaishali was resting, and today she is the captain and she has to be taking the responsibility. A short back lift, punching it through the point region, will accumulate 4 runs. They need to get off to a flyer. They cannot leave it late, and she's just started.
Pranav, it was very interesting to see after the boundary, Chaya, the captain of UAE, immediately reaching to Sia Gokhale and having a quick words. Let's see how the Sia responds now after this boundary. Yes, right up into the middle stump, defended nicely by Fiza. She is playing cautiously at 5 runs of 10 deliveries. On the other hand, Sakshi Vijay Shetty at 2 of 6 balls. A good comeback by Sia Gokhale after being hit for a boundary. Attacking off stump line, this time again hitting through the covers area. A slide, misfield, will give them one more additional run. Fiza got another 2 to her account, and Oman moves 11 for the loss of 0, and Fiza to 7. So far, good over. 4, 6, 7 runs so far for Oman. One more ball to go still in the third over. Maybe a boundary should help them. A low full toss on the pads, but Fiza could not capitalize on this, hitting straight to the square leg fielder, ending with the dot ball. So at the end of 3 overs, Oman 11 for no loss.
Yes, Suresh. 11 for no loss are Oman at the end of 3 overs. They need to get going, and they need to get going now. They need to make a merry in the power play. At least get to somewhere around 45, 50, if not more. They cannot leave it for late. They will also have the net run rate into consideration. They do not want to be losing by a big margin. So maybe they might give away the game early and get as many runs as possible. Kuwait did put a lot of pressure. That's well struck off the back foot. On the rise, Fiza Javed will accumulate another 4 runs to her account. That's very well played. Just in front of covers. Very, very good shot. On the rise, just guiding it through the gap between Oza. Very well stuck.
A very good shot indeed. If you look at Pranav, this was not a bad ball. Not enough room, or not good length ball, but still, Sakshi Vijaya Shetty could manage to get a boundary on this, placing it nicely between the point and cover area. This will add a lot of confidence to Sakshi. And meanwhile, a very good comeback from Induja, aiming right onto the stumps, giving not much room to Sakshi Vijaya to open up her arm. Oman at 15 for no loss.
Keeping it tight is Induja Nandakumar. 8 balls. The only run conceded by her was in the boundary. I wanted to say well kept there. I wanted to say well kept. It's well fielded by Sia. Will stop runs there. It is a wide. I so wanted to say well kept. It is Tirtha Satish keeping the wickets for UAE. The ball was down the leg. If that was collected, that is a sign of an incredible wicket keeper. She did everything right, got the basics right, the movement was right, just a tight bit late. She's coming in line. The confidence speaks for itself. This is power play. And she's standing up to the stumps to her pacer, Induja. Very confident wicket keeper. Tirtha Satish. She did smash the Omani bowlers all around the park as well.
I have to say I'm very impressed with UAE fielding so far. This time just over the head of the player at the short mid wicket, was trying to clear the inner circle. Sakshi Vijaya Shetty couldn't connect it all way, had to settle for single. It was Suraksha.
You did jinx the UAE fielding there. That was a clear opportunity. They would have easily seen the back of Sakshi there.
But that was rare miss, Pranav. I was referring to effort of Sia Gokhale at the boundary, Couple of balls back, she threw herself. And please do remember, she's a bowler. She's bowling from the other side. She batted. You know, fast bowler generally, when they are tired, they don't give themselves out on the field, throwing their bodies to stop the ball. And this commitment of Sia Gokhale is really commendable.
I cannot disagree to that fact. I was just joking. UAE have been brilliant in the field. They have been strategically superior to Oman. I'll come back to that. Oman are 19 for no loss at the end of 4 overs. Yes, the UAE side have been extremely professional. They've been superior to Oman on the day in many, many, many departments. Strategically, planning, implementation of those plans, the techniques of the openers and the top orders was incredibly good. The shot selection was very, very, very good. The calling, running between the wickets. There is a department that I'm looking for where Oman has been superior on the day, and I'm not able to find one. It's so unfortunate being an Omani supporter. I have to use these words. I'm a big fan of Oman cricket, but this is a day where UAE have been splendid. Look at that keeper. Look at that keeper. You cannot take your eyes away from that young keeper. It is Tirtha Satish standing up to her pacer, Sia. She's not bowling gentle, slow deliveries. She's a medium pacer. What a talent is Tirtha Satish.
A very good ploy induced by UAE. Sia Gokhale bowling this time down the track. A quick single over the head of bowler, a straight drive by Sakshi Vijay Shetty. A good ploy by UAE team. Tirtha Satish keeping up closer to the stump. That's restricting batsmen to come down the track. Fifth over of the power play, Oman still at 20 for no loss. Pranav, I strongly feel Omani batters should try to open up a bit more and try to look out for boundaries. Otherwise, it will be really difficult for them to chase once the power play gets over, because they need to chase this mammoth target of 204. Sia into her second over have just conceded 12 runs, bowling an immaculate line and length, attacking time and again off stump, not giving any room for the batter to swing their arms. This time spreading down to the leg side, hitting the pads. A quick single, a good running between the wickets shown by Omani batters.
I'll tell you what, Suresh. Tirtha Satish is still to turn 18 years old. She's 17 years. That did straighten very, very close. Could have been an umpire's call. Could have gone either ways, and none of the sides could complain. That ball did straighten after bouncing. Very, very good fielding. Side is UAE. Look at the number of backups. At the end of 5 overs, Oman are 22 for no loss. Coming back to Tirtha Satish. She's just 17 years of age. 340 days to be added on to that. It's her birthday month, I believe, or the next month is her birthday month. The left-hand batter is a wicket-keeper batsman for UAE. 7 matches, 205 runs is what she scored in women's T20I internationals. 64 being her highest and 41 being her average. Believe it or not, the strike rate of 100. Very, very good effort. Look at that fielding. UAE have been so good in the field. Chaya Mughal getting involved with every possible ball. She is so good. That was Ritika there, the number 6 for UAE. A strike rate of 100. 18 boundaries and 150. So good there is Tirtha Satish. I'm mighty impressed with the talent development of youngsters in UAE. So many talented youngsters are coming up. Sir, वो लड़के का नाम क्या था? UAE का. I have to be mentioning Vritya Arvind, the young talent in the men's UAE team, who was shining bright in the World Cup qualifiers. Prior to that, the quadrangular series, and prior to that, the 50-over qualifier. Very, very good is the talent development in UAE. Young players are coming up, and they are coming up very, very strongly. The quality of their performances are talking about the base which is being built in UAE. Yes, for the past couple of years, they haven't been very strong in the international cricket, but they're coming into the limelight very strong. Lot of talented youngsters are coming into the picture. It was Chirag Suri which was spoken about in the past few years. He went on to play IPL. Gujarat Lions was the team which picked him up. A lot of countries would love to learn a lot about Robin Singh's work in UAE to development cricket. Oman is another country which has developed cricket large and fast. They have been getting the recognition at the world stage. They did host the World Cup. The infrastructure in Oman is something that is spoken about so much, so very much. An end swinger will be missing leg stumps by a couple of stumps easily. That was impacting on the leg stump. At the end of 6 overs, Oman are struggling at 25 for no loss.
So that's the end of a power play for Oman. Oman still struggling at 25 for no loss, although they haven't lost the wicket, but the rate at which they are scoring, making their life difficult to reach this daunting target of 204. The required run rate after power play is 12.86. Fiza at 7 of 21 deliveries. Sakshi Vijay Shetty scored 12 of 15 deliveries. Chaya continuing with Sia Gokhale from the far end. Again, a very immaculate discipline off stump line. Not giving enough room. Omani batters trying their best to score the runs. Sia running in. This time again off stump. This time she could manage to put it between the cover fielder and manage to take comfortable single. Sia Gokhale in her 4th over had just conceded 14 runs. And remember, she bowled 3 overs out of this in the power play. That's really commendable. A very talented medium pace bowling skill display by Sia Gokhale today. It's the time for a change in combox. Happy to welcome Mr. Ashok Purohit, a very famous senior media personnel, now an official Oman commentator. A very warm good evening to you, Ashok Purohit. Welcome.
Very good evening, Mr. Suresh. It's a pleasure to share the combox with you. Wonderful cricket being played here at the Oman Cricket Academy ground. Wonderful evening. We are having 2 interesting matches played side by side. just finished the Super 4 stage of the D10 League. And Sia, this time, straying down the line. This is played very well. And it would fetch runs. This is a boundary, much needed boundary for Oman. Oman chasing 204. 30 for no loss in the 7th over. This time a better line, but well played. And this has beaten the fielder. It's racing down to the boundary line. And it's another 4. 2 successive 4. What a great start. Fiza in absolutely superb form. She carries the responsibility for Oman team. A very senior squad member of the women's squad. This is a very nice looking shot. Beats a diving fielder there at the point. Races to the boundary.
I guess, Ashok Bhai, you are proving to be a good omen for Oman cricket. The moment you joined the comb box, Omani could manage to gather back-to-back couple of boundaries on Sia Gokhale. This time again, driven straight to the mid-on for a quick single. The most productive over of the inning so far for Oman, gathering 10 runs. Oman moving to 35 for no loss. Sakshi Vijay Shetty at 13 of 17. And Fiza with couple of boundaries in last over at 16 of 25.
Sia Gokhale has been very economical, but the last over proved costly, conceded 23 of 4. What a splendid view. What a nice experience for these young girls, women cricketers of the region. GCC Women's Championship featuring all the 6 nations. It's really commendable to see Saudi Arabia fielding a team. And we have UAE with UAE the favorites. They have got the experience, the most experienced team as far as the 6 participating nations are concerned is UAE. So they carry the favorite tag with a lot of pride, and they're proving themselves to be a tough team to beat. They have amassed 204. This time a better ball. Just a single day for Fiza. Induja Nandakumar in attack. She's bowling her 4th over. Just conceded 12 runs in the previous 3. Bespectacled Induja. Looking at the field. Trying to get the crucial breakthrough they need. Suresh?
Absolutely, Ashok. Whereas, on the other hand, Omani batters looking out for boundaries. Still, they need to catch up. The current run rate required is 13. This time, Induja a little bit wavered, bowling outside the off stump. Umpire signaling wide. It's a rare wide from UAE side. The people who joined us late, let me tell you, there was multiple record broken today during the match 2 of the day. Rasingna Hirat of Bahrain scoring 161 of 66 delivery, hitting 31 boundaries and registering herself into record book, the highest individual score for women's T20 international match. Meanwhile, Omani batter continue gathering run, placing it through the mid-wicket area for a comfortable single.
Yes, there was a record-breaking spree in the morning. What a terrific innings Bahrain had. They bettered the world record for the highest total in women's cricket, 318, bettering Uganda's previous score, and the biggest margin of victory was also recorded. So records broke a lot during Bahrain versus Saudi Arabia. It's expected that Saudi Arabia will be the punching bags, but they have shown a lot of commitment. They have come out to play, and that's very important. To participate was the key. When I spoke to the coach of Saudi Arabia, they said participation is very much needed for these girls. They're young, they will learn a lot, and this is the platform where they would learn.
Certainly, Ashok Bhai, and I do agree with you. This was a big learning curve for a young debutant team like Saudi Arabia, playing at turf at such a fantastic cricket facility provided by Oman Cricket Academy. They had the opportunity to play in the day under the sun, and I'm sure they played one match in the evening as well under the floodlights. So it's totally an alien condition for them, and this is a big, big learning.
Hinduja keeping it tight. Oman batters crawling. 39 for no loss in the 8th over. They've got a big target in front of them. 205 to win. This is a good heave. A well-placed shot, but straight to the fielder. Just a single. Hinduja Nanda Kumar not giving the width for the batters Sakshi and Fiza to free their arms. This is nice, intelligent bowling from Hinduja. Fiza on strike. One of the most experienced batter in the women's Oman side. This time a slow ball. Straight to the fielder in the cover. And that would restrict Oman to 41. Last over of the over, last balls, beg your pardon, of the over coming. So UAE dominating this match as expected. There's no surprise here that UAE is dominating the match. And this time she goes big. Has it connected well? Yes, but it goes straight and there's a sitter dropped on the boundary. This could have been easily the first wicket to fall, but not to be. The fielder there on the boundary misses it, and it trickles down to a boundary. 4 more runs, but also a reprieve.
That was a very good hit by Vijaya Sakshi Shetty, getting a boundary in the last ball of Hinduja over. Oman slowly and steadily reaching 45 at the loss of 0 wicket. 8 overs down.
Who's the player? Ritika, the fielder there on the ropes, she is hurt in an attempt to catch the ball. She's going for some medical attention. A good attempt by Ritika, but not to be. She missed the catch and the ball went for a boundary. 4 important runs for Oman. Oman 45 after 8 overs. Shakshi batting on 19 of 20. Fiza 19 of 28. Chaya coming into the attack. A good ball to start with. Straight onto the stumps. Well played. Straight to the fielder at mid-off. No run conceded.
Chaya brings her to the attack. The captain of UAE running hard, number 1. Bowling outside the off stump, just outside the blue line. Umpire Karthikeyan signaling it wide ball. Oman moves to 46 for no loss.
Chaya Mughal has got a decent run up. She knows dew factor could be an issue. Carrying a towel along with her. A gentle stride and a leap. And this is a very nice ball outside the off. Well played by Fiza. No run. So the UAE bowlers are keeping the Omani batters quiet, except for the boundary in the previous over, which was a catch, dropped catch, a reprieve for Shakshi. I things are not going the way Oman would have wished to, chasing a total of 205 to win. Still a long way there in the ninth over. This time a much better delivery, inside edge, straight to the bowler. No run.
The last ball, if you see Ashok Bhai, it was having a late in swing and not easy for Fiza to read it. And Chai is using, and under the floodlight, you see the medium pace bowler also would try to exploit, and this was a late in swing.
Yes, we do see a bit of a swing later in the evening. And this time again, you can see the ball move in the air. There's a bit of breeze across the grounds, both the grounds. And in the evening, usually they have the tail end of the ball getting into the batter. And this is what is witnessed here. Chaya trying to exploit the conditions, not giving much of a room. That's very interesting.
Very interesting observation. When you were talking about the breeze, it could be an added advantage to the pace bowler, but sometimes, the pace bowler, they lose their line and length because it's not that easy to control the breeze and the ball moves, at the awkward position. But a great control, immaculate control shown by Chaya, and she is utilizing this breeze to her advantage. She has just leaked one run, that too through wide, the rest 5 dot balls.
Yeah, the last ball was a loosener. It was a full toss, but Fiza fails to capitalize on that loosener. This time again outside off, well driven, and this is a beautiful looking shot. Ball racing to the boundary. Wonderful shot from Fiza. 4 more runs for Oman, much needed boundary. Fiza gets into the 20s. She moves to 23. And Oman, this is the shot. Wide of the off stump and beautifully placed between the two players, bisecting the two mid-off and the cover for a much needed boundary. Oman reaches 50 in the 9th over.
This shot will add a lot of confidence to Fiza. She is regaining her confidence, accumulating run. She's at 23 of 34 balls. I wish she continues, accumulating more runs for Oman. If Oman has to reach this target of 204. Meanwhile, there is a bowling change from UAE side. It's jersey number 8, Samaira Darnidarka, bowling to Sakshi Vijay Shetty.
You can also take a break. Samara off to a good opening delivery. Keeps Shakshi rooted to the crease. No run. Oman 50 in the 10th over. They've got a lot of runs to chase. A very challenging target for the Omani women team. Sakshi showing good enterprise, but it's the acceleration they need. It's a wide ball, wide outside the off stump. Sakshi leaves it for the wicketkeeper to do the rest. One extra, one more run and an extra delivery.
Samara generating a very good pace. Look at the last delivery. It went so quickly, although it was a little bit more wide. Umpire signaling at the wide ball. Samara running in. Sakshi Shetty this time again placing it to the point and cover area for a comfortable single. Let me tell you, Ashok Bhai, yes, during yesterday match, UAE used as much as 8 bowlers. So that shows how much depth they have in their bowling attack, not only batting, which we saw in the first half.
In these shorter formats, you pack the team with a lot of all-rounders, and that's witnessed in the UAE squad. They have a lot of all-rounders who can bat and bowl, and Samaira coming in, charging. This is a full toss, but Fiza fails to make maximum use of it. An unexpected full toss. She couldn't make the most of it. Fiza stays at the crease, no run. Oman 52 for no loss in the 10th over. Samaira Dharni Dharka, that's a full name, charging in. Again, a nice ball, but that's outside the off stump, and it beats not only the batter, but the wicketkeeper too. A bye signal by umpire. One more run added to Oman's total. Oman crawling at this stage to 53 without loss.
Certainly, I can't agree with you. Today's modern cricket demand is having all-rounders who can bat, who can bowl, and who can also do a marvelous fielding. This is the demand of modern cricket, and most of UAE players are equipped to bat and bowl, and they have an excellent fielding side. A rare misfield by Iman Oza, number 18 for Oman at point position, allowing Sakshi Vijay Shetty to get one more to her tally and to Oman tally.
Last ball coming up of Samara's 10th over. And this is nicely cut. Doesn't beat the point fielder. Just a single. End of over number 10. Oman 55 for no loss. We will change in the comm box. Welcome Pranav Mehta.
Thank you so much, Ashok Bhai. Oman have had a very, very good start, but not in the context of this game. In any other game, if you would be looking at the scoreboard and seeing 55 for no loss in 10 overs in a women's match, you would be clapping hands. Although in this match, they are struck by the brilliance of UAE, who scored 204 mammoth runs in the first innings. Chaya Mughal, the captain of the UAE side, will be bowling from the far end.
He just conceded 5. This time a good ball. Beats the batter outside the off stump, keeping a very tight line outside the off. It's so difficult when you bowl in that corridor of uncertainty, Pranav. Fiza has to do something more to fetch runs. She can't give away dot balls, chasing a target of 205 to win. In comes Chaya. Bowls a better delivery, and this time Fiza plays it straight to mid-off, looking for a run, but wisely sent back by Sakshi. There was no run. The ball went straight to the fielder at short mid-off. Chaya Mughal having a good smile. Realizes that had the single gone ahead, there would have been a good chance of a run out. Fiza on 24, Sakshi on 21. Oman 55 without loss, but it's the run rate which is a matter of concern, and this time she has hit it high in the air, but straight to sweeper cover. A good throw from the deep. Just a single there.
A very, very professional performance from UAE. Oman might be comfortable at 56 for no loss in any other game. But on the day, they are struggling. They still require 149 more runs from 9.3 overs. The game is way past gone. Wonderful shot by Vijaya Shetty. Beautifully cut just behind square, and that will race away to the boundary. She's very, very talented. She's a brilliant stroke maker. She will accumulate another 4 runs. Sakshi Vijaya Shetty.
That's a beautiful shot. Bet the diving fielder in the cover region. Race to the boundary. Much needed boundary for Oman. Chai coming back. What's the reply this time? Again, she has played it, but this time straight to Samaira, who had made a good diving attempt to stop that boundary. Oman 60. And this match between Oman and UAE would be a very crucial match in the tournament, featuring 6 countries in the region. Both have played 2 matches so far, have won 2. They won 4 matches. 4 points each, and a victory would put them into the lead. This time a much better ball, and there's a loud appeal for a leg before, and she has been given out. That was a very good ball from Chaya. Wrapped her on the pad, straight in front of the leg, and a very easy decision for umpire Karthikeyan. So the first wicket falls for Oman. Oman 60 for the loss of 1 wicket.
Sakshi is definitely a very, very good batter, but on this occasion, she did not have the answer to the captain of the UAE side, Chaya Mughal. A wonderful in-swinging Yorker is what I would like to call that as. Bhai, did they replay? Sakshi is walking back, disappointed. 25 of 26 deliveries is what she could accumulate. She will be replaced by Nan Moli, the number 7, the striker Oman looks forward to. She plays very, very aggressive. She likes to attack. She likes to take on the bowling side. And she's here looking at the required run rate of 16.11 runs per over. Probably gone out of the hands of Oman, but it's an opportunity for Nan Moli to show her talent. She's obviously going to be facing a very, very good quality UAE side.
Nayan Anil, the new batter after the fall of Sakshi Vijay Shetty. Samara Dharka to bowl her second over. Conceded just 4 in the previous over. Fiza batting strong at 25 of 40. Oman 60 for 1. They lose the first wicket, chasing 205. Chasing 204. The victory target is 205. Beg your pardon. Having a good look at the field, the new batter. Fiza to take the strike, having crossed for the single. Fielding changes. Samara coming in, bowls a very good ball. She would have got this wicket of the very first ball. Fiza going for an ambitious cross hit. Just gets an edge. Lucky to be there at the crease. Good bowling from UAE bowlers. They're keeping it tight. Very simple. Oman has got a tall task in the hands.
What I would like to mention is that this is the first ever time that Omani women's team has been attacked while they are bowling, and they do not have an answer. They had absolutely no answer to the UAE side. This is brilliant team management, brilliant planning, and extremely good execution by the players.
Yeah, absolutely. The openers Isha Oza and Lavanya Kenny giving them a 100-run stand. What a stand. If you get 100 runs from the openers, obviously they are going to dominate, and they did dominate. They put up a huge total of 204 for the loss of 4 wickets. Isha missing out on a century, scoring 67 of 31. Lavanya Kenny 42 of 45. The young wicketkeeper Tirtha Satish impressed, 41 of just 23. And UAE were definitely there in the driver's seat after scoring 204.
I would like to say they are home after scoring 204. Driver's seat is something where they would have to compete. 140 is an average score in women's cricket. They have scored 204. They are way past par. Brilliant batting display, very professional. When Fiza Javed sees her bat and she hears me, she would surely consider working on her technique, especially her back lift. I'm sure the coaches would highlight that the bat flow is extremely wrong for a top order. She will surely work on that, and she's a very, very good batter for Oman.
Samara bowling some very tight line. And Pranav, you can imagine UAE batters. We'll come back to that. Oman 60 for 1 after the end of 12 overs. Coming back to UAE's inning, they scored 204. They totally dominated, and Oman had to use 7 bowlers. 7 bowlers were used, but only 4 success. 4 wickets fell. That was the domination of UAE batters. So obviously, they went for runs. They couldn't get the crucial breakthrough. And after the opening stand of 102 runs, it was never going to be an easy task to contain the UAE batters. In the chase, Oman started off well, but runs are not coming up at the pace they want. Boundaries have dried up. Oman 64-1 after 12 overs.
I'll tell you what, Ashok Bhai, I was commentating in the first innings, and all that I would like to bring to your attention is that Oman just did not have plan A, plan B, plan C. They might have had plan A, and that was to bowl. They were spraying all around, and Captain Vaishali just wouldn't know where to set the field. They will learn to hold their lines, either stick on the stumps or bowl wide of the stumps.
That brings to an interesting stats. They conceded 26 extras, out of which 24 were wide. And she has bowled. Cha has bowled the new batter, Naina Anil. Anil, without disturbing the scoreboard, beg your pardon, out for a golden duck. Naina Anil has to depart. This is some very good bowling from Chaya Mughal, the skipper. Picks up the second wicket of Oman. A disappointed Naina Anil returning back to the pavilion. This is the dismissal. A slower ball. Naina is foxed by the slower ball, and she's castled. So 2 wickets down for Oman, 60 for 2 in the 13th over. The new batter.
Chaya Mughal bowls Yorkers at will. A lot of franchise cricket happens around the world, and all those watching this live would surely be considering picking up Chaya Mughal. It is so difficult to get her away. She bowls Yorkers at wills, especially in-swinging Yorkers. Reminds me of Waqar Yunus. Yes, there will be a difference in pace, but the accuracy is what matters, and she's been performing very, very well for UAE. She's a brilliant fielder to add on as well. It is going to be Priyanka Mendonca, who's going to be replacing Nan Molly. Priyanka likes to take her time in. She can strike the ball. She's a girl who works very, very hard on her fitness. I've been mentioning it time and around. She spends as much as 2 to 3 hours every day in the gym. There's not a day that she misses the gym.
One of the most experienced batters in the Oman lineup, Priyanka Mendonca. She's contributed a lot in the success of Oman's women cricket. A very dependable batter. And she'll be joining Fiza at the crease. Fiza has already scored 25. This time Chaya Mughal bowls outside the off stump. Well struck, but straight to the fielder. No run, a dot ball. Nain Anil took 2 balls and left without scoring.
Chaya Mughal is bowling a brilliant spell. Straight bat, showing it the full face of the bat. Priyanka, I believe that the coaching staff has already advised Oman to take their time in. Look at that fielding. Even when the ball was struck, it was going straight to a fielder. The player was running in to back it up. That is what she said. I cannot get much of this wicket keeper, Tirtha Satish. What a wicket keeper is she. She is one of the best wicket keeper in women's arena. And I will tell you what, being a wicket keeper, I will pick up a couple of notes from her. If I get the opportunity, I wouldn't mind taking an autograph.
That's a very good compliment, Pranav. You yourself being a wicket keeper, but she's doing well behind the wickets. That was a nice collection. And an appeal for leg before, and she's been given out. So Chaya Mughal strikes for the second time in the same over. Oman reeling 61 for 3. This is the dismissal. Misses it completely. Misses the line, and she's plumped there. A dejected Priyanka. Mendonka has to depart without scoring. Another duck for 2 batters for Oman team.
Bhai, replay dete ek aur baar. Priyanka Mendonka might be experienced, but that was poor shot selection. She was very, very late. Look how late. She did not move her feet. She did not move her hand. She was just hoping that umpire Karthikeyan would just shake his head and say, no, that's not out. But not is the situation. She does shadow practice her shot later, but it's too late for her. She's going to be departing for a duck. She will be working on a technique. There are a lot of difficult questions that this UAE team has asked the Omani sports stars. They will have to reanalyze. For sure, if I was alongside them, I would surely tell them that it was a bad day in the office. You were struck by a storm. But after the tournament, they will have to work hard and correct a lot. Brilliant fielding by Chaya Mughal. This is something that Oman will have to be learning.
End of a very successful over. 61 for 3. Skipper Vaishali Jasrani comes to the crease to join Fiza, with Oman really facing a big task, a challenging task, chasing 204. They're 61 for 3 with 7 overs remaining. Chaya Mughal, what an impressive bowling figure she has. 3 overs, 3 for 11. This is absolutely leading from the front. Wonderful bowling from the skipper, UAE skipper Chaya. Samara back in the attack. Fiza to face Samaira, Dharni Dharka. So UAE on top at the moment, not giving any mercy to the Oman batters. This time a very good ball, but this has been hit through the covers. There's a sweeper on the ropes. She picks up, saves a certain boundary. 2 runs.
I'll tell you what, Ashok bhai, you can see the difference. At this spot, Omani bowlers were just trying to bowl straight. And here we see Samaira swinging the ball in. The ball is 13 overs old. And she's still swinging. You would still see the ball swinging this ball. That's what I'm talking about. That was a catching opportunity. Tirtha will not get hands to it. Will get a boundary there. Is Fiza.
Lucky escape for Fiza. 4 runs. The edge beats the wicket keeper. Beats the wicket keeper. 4 more runs. So 4 crucial runs there for Oman. Not helping the cause much. They are still crawling at 67 for 3 with an average of 5, just over 5. Fiza with the boundary goes to 31. She's taken her time, but it's very important for one batter to remain at the crease while the others go for the shots. Fiza has spent good time at the crease, faced 48 balls. Samaira, this time a much better delivery. Fiza does it well to dig out the Yorker. So the reason behind that swing is these conditions under light, and there's a bit of a breeze blowing across. So, and they're having a good pace, and with that pace and the wind blowing across, they're able to get the tail spin, tail end to the swing.
I'll tell you what, Ashok bhai, just when she's running in, you will see her bending the back, her arm, look at the angle which she's creating with her arm. She's bending her back, a direct hit, another direct hit is what I would like to put it as. They have been so good in the field. Every now and then, they have been striking the stumps. Bye is what is signaled by umpire Samir Parker that went. I wonder what did that miss. It missed the pads, it missed the stumps, it did miss the wicket keeper as well.
A very lucky escape. She was beaten. A very lucky escape. Vaishali Jasrani taking the guard. She'll face Samaira Tarnidarka. Oman 68 for 3 in the 14th over. 6 more over to go. Vaishali brings in a lot of experience. She's the senior most cricketer, women cricketer in Oman, and she's been wrapped on the pad and has been given out. That's a very good decision from the umpire. It looked quite in front, the ball moving on the middle and leg, and wrapped on the pad. She missed the shot, and another wicket falls. She's plumped there. We could see the leg stump.
She was definitely not happy with Samir Parker there. But that ball was very, very close. Yes, the ball was swinging in. The ball would have definitely impacted the leg stump. Yes, we could see the leg stump behind her as well. The shuffle would have put her into a lot of trouble. She's a very, very experienced batter, but will not be able to contribute on this occasion. Kashish Deep Jayawant is the batter who will be walking in, and she will be facing the wrath of Samaira. She's swinging in. She is bowling with pace. That run-up of Shrishant, look at that. Wrapped right in front of the wickets. There is not much. She did give a stare to the umpire, but there is not much that the umpire could do. When she sees the replay, she would realize Kashish Deep Jayawant would be facing the last ball of Samaira.
68 for 4. That's Oman's score after 14 overs. Terrific bowling spell from Samaira Dharnidarka. Picked up a wicket, crucial wicket of a most experienced batter of Oman women's team and the captain Vaishali Jasrani. Leg before. Vaishali, 40 years. She's been the backbone of Oman women's cricket. She's contributed a lot to the development of the Oman's women's cricket, and today what we are seeing, the national team reaching, playing GCC, playing the regional tournaments, it's a lot has gone on Vaishali's shoulders. She has taken the responsibility of developing Oman women's cricket. Kudos to her. She has played a big role, but today on the pitch, she was a failure. She has to accept that. Samaira with a very good delivery. Oman 68 for 4.
For sure, Ashok bhai, Oman women's cricket has come a long way from where they started, and a lot of that could be very, very well bowled by Chaya. Tirtha Satish, what a wicket keeper. I wouldn't mind taking a few classes from you, Tirtha Satish. You are a star, standing up to Chaya Mughal and being spot on. 17 years of age is the young wicketkeeper. Coming back to the topic, Vaishali has played a very crucial role in the development of cricket in Oman, especially the women's cricket. She's been the central person. She's taken utmost interest. The amount of support that she provides to these women's cricketer is something that is so often spoken about by a lot of women's cricketers.
Yes, let's put it this way. She is the mother of Oman's women's cricket. And Chaya Mughal, this time coming, sends in a very good delivery. There's a chance of run out, but good running from Fiza. Fiza taking the responsibility, the lone fighter. Scored 32, wickets falling at the other end. She has seen partners come and go. 69 for 4. Kashish Deep Jayawant comes from a family of cricket. Her father was one of the most terrific hitters on the domestic circuit for many years, Deep Jayawant. So she has cricket in her blood. This time wide ball, but they take a quick single. This is smart thinking from Kashish and Fiza.
I'll tell you what, Ashok Bhai, Deep has played a lot of cricket with me. We used to play for the same franchise in the topmost division in Oman cricket. What a striker was he. When he came into Oman from Mumbai, he walked straight into the OAC2 ground in Seeb. What a ball is that from Chaya. Inside edge onto Fiza's pads. Won't get a single there. She's just surviving. Coming back, he came straight to the OAC2 ground, and the number of sixes that he smashed in the match, I cannot even mention.
Yeah, he was one of the most feared batters on the Oman domestic circuit. If it was a hit, it remained a hit. This time a much better ball. Fiza plays it straight to short mid-off, no run. Oman struggling, 71 for 4. Just 5 overs remaining. The last ball of the 15th over coming up. This has been exceptional show from the UAE team. All round, very clinical, whether it's batting, fielding or bowling. What a unit it is. They're reaping the reward of the development program. This is a very nice ball and equally well played again to the same fielder, a short mid-off. End of the over. Oman 71 for 4 after 15.
What a spell of bowling was that from Chaya Mughal. 14 runs, 3 crucial wickets. 3 out of the 4 wickets of Oman are taken by Chaya Mughal. Her wonderful in-swingers is what has rattled Oman and broken their back. Yes, they never look like chasing the target down. But picking up 3 wickets for 14 runs in 4 overs is definitely an achievement. When your team has scored 204 runs, there are no demons in this wicket. But on this day, UAE has been the much more professional side.
Indeed, Oman was going to have a very difficult task chasing 204. But what's surprising is there's a lack of intent, lack of fight from the Oman team. They have already lost 4 wickets. Some tidy bowling, you have to give credit to the UAE bowlers, but there's been lack of boundaries. And this time Kashish goes for a good shot. She has pulled it to the boundary and it would race to the boundary. So much needed boundary here from Kashish. This is a very good stroke, very confident looking stroke. And these were the boundaries that were needed earlier on. When you chase 205 for a victory, you need to go for the boundaries right from the word go. And this time very well pulled from the off stump and she smacked it through the mid-off region for a good boundary.
I'll tell you what, Ashok Bhai, the point that I would want to mention there is that the career strike rate of most of these Omani batters would be just on or around 100. 120, 140 is the average score in women's cricket. That is what Oman would have been looking at. But today, chasing 204 runs they had given up from ball one.
That's something which shouldn't have happened. I realize the strike rate is around 100, but this was a chance to show their potential. This was a chance to take on the bowlers of UAE. This was a chance to exhibit their commitment, their intent, a positive fight back. You lose, that's not a problem. One team will win, one team will lose, but it's the intent. You have to show the character to fight. And this time Kashish has shown some, but it's straight to the fielder Samira. She was trying for some quick runs, but she had to depart. A very good catch, low catch by Samira. And this wicket, first wicket after the bowler change.
That is a brilliant catch from Samara. She's a natural athlete. We've all seen her running. She sprints and she sprints very, very fast. It is Vaishnavi Mahesh from UAE bowling her leg spinners. She's been very, very impressive. Every time that I mention Vaishnavi Mahesh, I have to be talking about late Shane Warne. We all miss him. He would surely be very proud of Vaishnavi Mahesh. Rarely does she bowl a bad delivery. Very, very accurate.
Yeah, this is some terrific bowling from UAE bowlers. Vaishnavi Mahesh being brought into the attack in the 16th over, and she strikes after being pulled for a boundary over the mid-wicket region. Kashish went for a shot too many, perished in the next ball, going for a big shot. They needed runs. So the new batter. And this is a beautiful delivery, loop, a very nice loop. The new batter, Channa, Saya Channa. She's totally foxed by this delivery. Sorry, Fiza is on strike. And she was foxed by Vaishnavi Mahesh leg spin. And end of over, over number 16, 75 for 5.
Saya Channa will be facing the first ball of the next over. It is Fiza who has played a very, very patient knock. 32 of 58 deliveries. The strike rate of just over 50 is not helping Oman. The least that I would have expected from Fiza, the vice captain of the Oman women's team, is to maintain a strike rate of 100 at the least. But it's still there is still time. She can definitely capitalize.
A bowling change. So Chaya Mughal opting to bring in pace from this end. Ritika, the bowler. And it will be Saya Channa to face a first ball. Fiza batting on 58 ball 32. Vaishnavi Mahesh picking up the wicket of Kashish in the only over. Conceded just 4 runs. Misses the mark. Will have to bowl again. A very tall medium pacer. Ritika. Coming into bowl to Saya Channa. A slow ball, but hit straight to the fielder. A misfield there, that would get a single there. Misfield from skipper Chaya. So Oman obviously not having any chance for a victory. They would see that they would try to get the maximum runs in a bid to increase the net run rate. 76 for 5 is what the score in the 17th over. Ritika Rajit, this time a slow ball. Straight to the fielder. Chaya doesn't miss this. No run, a dot ball. So pressure mounting on Omani batters. They need to score some runs if they have to make anything close to 100. Ritika Rajit, apologies. Bowls from wide of the crease. This is a very good ball and a very nice looking shot. Smashed to the backward point, but there's a fielder protecting the boundary. Just 2 runs. So just 2 runs. Oman inching towards the 3-digit mark. Isha, the fielder there, 78 for 5. 17th over in progress. This time again from wide of the crease, and she has beaten this time the fielder. Apologies. Batter. Fiza. Fiza was batting on 34. Solid 34, but of 61 deliveries. So very interesting to see how Omani batters will face the last 3 overs of the match. Would they try to go for big shots? This time it's a no ball, and it's been struck towards the boundary. Isha Oza, the fielder, again cuts the boundary, but it's a free hit. So a free hit coming up. Chance for Fiza to go for a big shot. Fiza moving to 36, and Oman moves to 80 for 5.
Ashok bhai, I'll tell you what, there are 2 very good sides in this tournament, barring UAE. It is Oman and Kuwait. UAE have already beaten Kuwait convincingly. Here they look like beating Oman more than convincingly. Oman requires 124 more runs. The required run rate is over 36, 38.84 to be specific. And there are just 19 balls remaining in the innings. With 3 overs to go, I'm sure they would like to give a few opportunities to their support staff. Non-regular bowlers is what I would like to put it as. Try the 6th, 7th, 8th option. Maybe they might need them on another day.
Yeah, what's interesting would be the approach of the Omani batters. Fiza and Saya Channa, both are experienced batters. They have been part of the Oman women's squad for quite some time. Fiza definitely has played a lot of good innings. She's the vice captain of the team. And Saya Channa too has been in good form on the domestic circuit. So they would need to go for the big hits. Whether they can achieve, that's the question. UAE would keep it tight. They don't want to be complacent. That's the mark of a good team. They don't give you freebies. And it's Vaishnavi Mahesh again back into the attack. She picked up the wicket in a very first over. So leg spin continues. And Saya Channa to face her. 82 for 5, 3 overs to go. This is the 18th over in progress. First ball, a nice flighted delivery, and there's a nice bit of wicket keeping there by Tirtha, the young wicket keeper. Shows amazing reflex, and that's a very good work behind the wickets. Whipped up the Wales in a flash. Saya Channa was in the crease, so no harm done. Giving a good toss while coming for the run-up. This is again another flighted, and it's gone high, and it could be out, and it's a very well-judged catch. Very good catches. These catches in the lights are sometimes very difficult, but very well taken, and another wicket falls. The 6th wicket for Oman.
Yes, that'll be the 6th wicket falling for Oman. Wonderfully flighted. Fiza Javed not bringing the bat down straight. A cross-batted heave was that in desperation. She did score 37 runs of 65 deliveries at a strike rate of just over 50. In the context of the game, the contribution cannot be considered valuable, but she did hang on and she did play till the 17th over. She opened the innings with Sakshi Vijaya Shetty, who scored 25 of 26, but after a downfall, she kept seeing partners getting out at the other end. It was Nayan Anil who got out for a duck of 2 balls, Priyanka Mendonka duck of 3 balls, then Vaishali Jasrani duck of 2 balls. That's what curtailed her and made sure that she just survives. She did lose Kashish Deep Jaivan 4 of 5 as well. Now it is Saya we can expect something from her. Bhakti Shetty is the new batter in.
Yes, Fiza was a mute spectator as wickets fell, came and went in possession. Bhakti Shetty coming in at the fall of Fiza. Beg your pardon, it was Saya Chana who was at the crease. No run taken there. Vaishnavi continues. This is again a flighted delivery and she gets a thick edge, but there's a fielder at short third man, does well to cut off a boundary. One more run added to Oman's total. Oman crawls to 83 for 6. 18th over in progress. Vaishnavi looks to be a very confident leg spinner, holding the ball and giving a whiz with her hands before her bowling run-up. A nice gentle run-up, and this time a flatter delivery, but straight to the fielder. No run. Oman stays at 82 for 6. The last ball of the 18th over coming up. It's now just a formality for UAE. Oman conceding a huge defeat. This is a good shot, but up in the air, just a single there. In the cover region, the ball was there in the air for some time, but the fielders positioned a bit far. So just a single to end the over number 18th. Oman 83 for 6.
It is mere formalities that is taking place at Oman Cricket Academy ground number 2. If you haven't been following the local cricket here in Oman, you should be tuning in to watch the D10 final. It is the Kurum Thunders who's going to be taking on the Ruvi Rangers. The match is going to be starting in just around 10. Both the sides would be the finalists of the D10 competition, which has been telecasted and broadcasted live all around the world. Currently, you're watching the GCC Women's T20 Championship Cup. That'll be a wide signaled by umpire Karthikeyan. What an exposure is this tournament for the women's cricketers. Chaya Mughal giving in a word to the bowler.
Yes, Oman over in the fight, has not shown the fight. Ritika Rajit coming into bowl a second over, considered 8 in her opening over. This is a wide ball, but well collected by wicketkeeper Tirtha. Does well to avoid the ball trickling down to the boundary. So as Ritika comes into bowl, the penultimate over, we have got a change in the comm box. Welcoming Mr. Suresh. Very good evening. So Oman in dire straits, 85 for 6 in the 19th over.
Thank you, Ashok Bhai. Oman struggling at 85 for 6. At the end of 18 over, 2 more overs to go. Still run needed 120. It is just a mere formality for Omani team to play out these rest 2 overs and add on to their total tally. to maintain their net run rate in this competition. Bhakti Shetty yet to open her account, giving company Saya Channa. She is at 3 of 7 deliveries.
Yes, it would be interesting to see how the Omani batters negotiate the last 2 overs. The penultimate over going. Ritika bowling down the off stump. Bhakti Shetty lets it go to the wicketkeeper. No attempt to free her arms. This was wide outside the off stump. No harm done. Total 86 for 6 after 18.2. So Oman has definitely been outplayed by UAE. An all-round performance by UAE. First, the batters did the job to post a huge mammoth total of 204, and the bowlers did well, picking up wickets at regular intervals. This is a nice-looking shot just for a single from Bhakti. She gets off a mark. Oman 87 for 7. 3 more deliveries of Ritika left in this over. Saya Channa has spent some time, but she's just scored 3 of the 7 balls she has faced. So boundaries dried up. Runs coming only in singles. That won't do any harm to the UAE challenge. This is a much better ball, and this has been smashed. But there's a protection at sweeper cover, and they go for the second run, and which is not there, and there's a chance of a run out. Tirtha misses a run out chance here. So a lucky escape. 2 runs added to the Oman total as they near the 3-digit mark. 89 for 6 with 2 more balls in this over remaining.
A very dominant performance by UAE team, outplaying Oman in all the departments. Talk about batting. Started with a flyer in the power play, thanks to Izaz Iman of UAE. Immaculate in bowling. Look at this. Rajit. Very disciplined line and bowling shown by all the UAE bowlers, restricting Oman. Never allowed them to free their arms and score freely to chase this mammoth target of 204. And last but not the least, a superb fielding efforts shown by UAE. So today UAE outclassed Oman in all the 3 departments. That's why they are so comfortably placed.
Indeed, Suresh, they are totally outclassed. Ritika bowling, terrific bowling spell. This time a bit wide. It's been declared a wide by umpire Karthikeyan. So after bowling 5 deliveries outside the off stump, she tries something new. Could have kept it simple. Considers a wide. 1 more ball. 1 more run added. So Oman 90 for 6, chasing 204. 205 to win. UAE had scored mammoth 204. A Herculean task indeed it was if Oman had to score those 204 runs. They were nowhere in the fight after losing quick wickets at the top, despite Sakshi and Fiza giving them a decent start. But runs came at a very slow pace, and there's an overthrow there. But 2 more runs. A bit of ground fielding not up to the mark here this time. End of the over number 19. Oman are 92 for 6. What would be interesting now is whether Oman could reach 100 or not.
8 run moves to reach the magic number of 100 for Oman as the total team score. I am expecting Chaya Mughal, the captain of UAE, to bowl the final over of this inning. Let's see who comes up with the bowling this time. Oman struggling at 92 for 6 down. It's not Chaya. It's number 13. Suraksha Kote for UAE. Trying her all the options. Maybe they may be required in the upcoming matches. Since Chaya has a luxury today, They are already won this match, trying to utilize their other bowlers.
Suraksha Kote with the leg spin. Doesn't concede a single. Score remains 92 for 6. The last over of the match coming up. Oman facing a daunting task, and this time straight to the bowler back on a follow through. 2 dot balls to end to start us last over. Very tight bowling from UAE. Nothing given up. No freebies. It's absolutely clinical, and this time they go for a single. Good fielding there. Just a single. Oman moves to 93. They was chasing 205 to win. UAE had scored a mammoth 204 for 4 in the 20 overs. Hammered the Oman bowlers all around the park. What a terrific innings at the top. The 2 openers sharing a century partnership. This was excellent. And then they came back strongly. Never gave any chance to Omani batters. Kept very tight line and length. This time there's an appeal for caught behind, and it's been given out. This is terrific wicket keeping by Tirtha. Saya Channa trying to go for a big hit, misses it, gets an edge, and very smart wicket keeping by Tirtha. We can see the replay here. A nice lofted ball outside the off stump, goes for a big hit, and there's an edge, and Tirtha appeals and given out by umpire Parker. So another wicket falls. Oman 93 for 7 in the last over. 3 more deliveries to go.
Let me tell you, Ashok Bhai, this is not easy. A very sharp catch. The ball was traveling very fast. Trita Satish, a quick reflex. She is a very talented wicketkeeper. I've been seeing her. She's playing her 3rd match. A very sound technical batsman. A very, very excellent wicket-keeping skill she's showing. She's just 17-year-old. And believe you me, she is a very good prospect for UAE cricket woman. She is contributing a lot. A good athlete, a good batting skill in place. And she impressed each and everyone today with her keeping skill as well. That last catch was really pick. The ball was traveling very fast. Meanwhile, 2 more balls to go. A dot ball.
Amanda De Costa, the new batter. Just last ball coming up of the match. Oman struggling, and that would be a very easy victory for UAE. What a win for UAE. Last ball coming up of the match, and this time she goes for a big heave. Inside edge to square leg. They take 2 runs, and Oman would end the innings at 95 for 7, chasing 205 to win. What a clinical all-round performance from the UAE team. Congratulations, UAE. It was a total dominating performance from them. They are the favorites. They are the most experienced side. They're expected to win, so no surprises here. But it was the lack of fight from Oman that would be a matter of concern.
I'm sure Oman will take a lot of learning from this match. The team management will look into the post-match analysis when they gather again after a break. Lot of areas of improvement for Oman. They played against better side, a better bowling attack, and fearless batting display shown by UAE batters in the power play.
Absolutely. The openers gave them a terrific start, and that was the start that put them on course of a very good victory. It was total domination from UAE, Isha Uza and Lavanya Kenny with 67 and 42, sharing a partnership of 102 runs in just 8.2 overs. This was excellent cricket at the top. We see the team players doing the fist bumps. Wonderful camaraderie, sportsman spirit. It's always nice to see players exchange greetings after the end of a good match. There would always be a winner and a loser, and it was a very good display of all-round cricket from UAE women. They deserve to be the winners. They are the favorites. As we know, they have got a lot of experience. They have been in this women's cricket for long. The cricketers are given a lot of exposure there in UAE. That helps. Oman will take a lesson. I'm sure with Vaishali as a very experienced captain, they will learn from this defeat and come back very strongly in the upcoming games. This has been absolutely a clinical and a very strong performance from UAE. UAE go to the top of the table in the six-nation tournament featuring all the 6 nations of the region. You have Saudi Arabia, Qatar, Bahrain, Oman, UAE, and Kuwait. UAE won by a handsome 109 runs. This is one of the largest margins. Of course, we saw the biggest margin of victory earlier in the day, and we go for a short break before we come with the presentation with Pranav Mehta down at the ground.